Steps up, looks for the spray, hits the deck. Lovely movement there. Goodness me. Fresh. This guy is a unit. What a dynamic player from Fresh. Gapahala with an 8 around the side, spots the player, goes even as the blue zone puts a hurry on things. Around the side, Beast is there, looks for the spray, goes low and goes down. Gapahala.
It's time to dive back into the best PUBG Mobile action that Western Europe has to offer here at the PMPL. And luckily for you, we're into pretty much the tail end of it here. We're into the halfway point of our third and final Super Weekend, right before we get into the finals kicking off a little bit later in this month. I'm Jason Kaplan, I'm your host here, and I cannot break down all this stuff, because if I did, I'd probably be earning a lot more money, and there'd probably be a lot less people on this desk, but I'm happy to have them here. We got Kalaris and Maxman to help join and break everything down. Gentlemen, we've had an exciting first day, I should say, of our final Super Weekend. And as we move into day 2, I'm curious to see what other teams might rise to the top. And more importantly, which teams are taking home more money.
I mean, we'll see if we might have a team make it to that 10 chicken dinner eventually here, Jason. But at the end, we had a really good start yesterday from some teams. We saw Game Lord do really well. We saw especially Unicorns of Love. And I'm hyped to see potentially teams at the middle maybe rise up. I want to see Excuse Me potentially get a few wins today. That'll be really fun.
Yeah, that'd be cool to see. And you're right, Jason, the entire budget was blown on me. So that's why I'm here. Of course, it's been a good day yesterday, of course. Game Lord, what we saw from them was fantastic. I still hold true, though, that we will, by the end of this Super Weekend, see Unicorns of Love win out this particular Super Weekend. So let's see if that rings true.
I still refuse to believe that hair implants cost that much money, Kalaris. But let's move into a quick recap of yesterday. I don't know where I'm going with that, to be honest. Your hair looks luxurious, like a lion's mane. But let's talk about yesterday a little bit, because we did have Game Lord. I mean, a team that we haven't seen since week 1 really step up and get 2 chicken dinners back-to-back.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely came in as a surprise after the second week. That was definitely on the weaker side. Them and Eastern Stars maybe having a little bit of a struggle in that second week, maybe because the teams at the middle were having a big rise up. It's been very impressive to see how the teams that we didn't expect to maybe do that well in this PMPL do really good in the second week. LMV, a little bit more invisible this time around than in the week 3, so hopefully they can try and climb back up today, because they dropped out of the top 5. Excuse me, took that top 5 position, so there's currently a big fight happening towards the bottom side of the first table, which is very interesting, and we need to see, especially here, James, I would say a lot more for Romanian Boys. Just been pretty invisible for the past 2 weeks now.
Yeah, it's weird, right? Because unfortunately for them, there were a few days where they weren't playing with Redox. When he did then come in, it had a little bit of a step up, but not even as much as we kind of were expecting from them. We need to see another big Erangel 3.8k damage game coming out from them, to kind of, get even the record pushed even that little bit further, and them trying to move up the table. Because right now, the beginning, they did look like the potential for a championship caliber team, but right now they do not look like the potential for a championship caliber team. We need to see that step up.
Not even Avenger level threat. It's more of like
I was going to say eventually.
Sidekick. Robin, you go take care of it.
Yeah. We'll get there.
Well, I mean, the thing is, right, is that all of these teams here on this front page, they are like 100% without a doubt in my mind qualified through into the finals. I think there's 2 important things that should be happening over the course of today and tomorrow. Is obviously chicken dinners, $1,000 per chicken. That's quite a bit of money, especially when you're used to start sitting on 5. But also kind of getting a good feeling of how the lobbies are playing out, because these are generally the teams you're going to be playing against when it comes to the finals, and trying to like figure out how can we improve within these next 2 days. I feel like there's a lot of teams out there maybe use this as like a training ground to get ready for the finals.
Yeah, definitely a really good opportunity right now to scout how teams are potentially going to be playing into the finals. I think teams are definitely getting a little bit used to the teams by now. We had 3 weeks of play. I think we're getting to the point where they know how other teams like to play and drop and rotate in the early, mid-game, late-game stage. We're pretty good on that one. But this is very valuable experience. You can't replicate it in scrims, even though you're going to have 3-4 day break before the finals. This is experience that you definitely want to try and play as hard as you can to try and get as much intel as possible. So yeah, even if you're at the top, keep try-harding into week 3, and then the finals, you'll be even more ready to go.
Completely agree with that assessment. I mean, you think about this lobby and what we're set at right now. 15 of your 16 teams that are playing right now are going to be in that final. The only one you're missing...
American. I'm so sorry to cut it. You just sound like super American. Did you hear that, Pax? Am I rubbing off on you finally after 10
It sounds like
years?
an accent, yeah.
Please, no. I mean, actually, my accent has changed a lot in the last 10 years since I left England, but 12 years now. But anyway, no. Guys, in the 15 of the 16 teams... no, it's not even... I don't know. Look, let me get to my point, all right? Like, 15 of these 16 teams are going to be in that grand final, okay? All you have to do is account for Exquisite Decode UK not being here, account for their drop spots as well as their rotations, and then you're effectively playing the same lobby that you're going to be playing in the final. So as Max says, this is a great opportunity for everybody to kind of piece that puzzle together in terms of, okay, this team is rotating this way, they're rotating on the west side of Erangel, they're rotating through these particular channels on Miramar, and then you can build that picture of how that final is going to look for you going up against all these teams.
Yeah, I even checked on the Discord, right? And something that I didn't realize, actually, after the stream's over, the teams can actually go back and watch a specific map stream just for themselves for the PMPL. So they have that. So there's possibility to check out the VODs, and if the rotation didn't happen and there's something maybe a little bit all over the place for you, there's definitely an opportunity for you to fix those, go in at the end of the Super Weekend, and of course into the finals. So no excuse. If you die early game, if we see more Vodafone Giants losing 1-2 players in the early game, I'm going to be mad. Okay, there's no reason.
Yeah, that's huge. Whilst we take a look at some of the moments from yesterday playing out here, that is so big. The fact that teams can actually evaluate each other's macro decisions based on those rotations, right? Because a lot of PUBG, you might be looking at this and thinking, well, a lot of PUBG Mobile is just about shooting. Yeah, everybody can shoot. I'm going to tell you right now, everybody at this level can shoot.
I hope so.
The big decisions are made in those strategic plays. How are we going to approach this particular area? How are we going to navigate for a wide rotate, which I still think more teams should be doing, and incorporating that into your play style?
Yeah. I think what's even scarier is that you look at these like next 2 days, Max, and GK First is a player we've talked about, a player who was MVP yesterday. Just think of how much better he's going to get. The fact is he hasn't really been let off the leash, as you talked about, until basically yesterday, it feels like. And he's only to get better with time and with games under his belt.
Yeah. Wait, do you mean, it was MVP? I thought it was not valid. I thought my prediction was right yesterday from what I recall. I don't remember that.
No, you got baited.
I deleted that from my memory. It did not happen. But no, GK First, definitely, we talked about how he is just really seeming unleashed on the entirety of this lobby, right? That was the word we used yesterday. It seemed like there's more structure. Of course, I still think that his timing is one of the only small aspects of the game that can be improved upon for Unicorns of Love. If they fix that going into the finals, like, you're looking at Eastern Stars, you're looking at Game Node, you're looking at, of course, Team Big also. I think they can beat them without any issue if that issue of timing is fixed. So I think that GK First especially is the one leading the charge forward, but the rest of the team are also doing a lot of heavy lifting in the games.
I feel like we need a new movie based off of Inception, where you basically implant memories into someone's mind just by bullshit. Like, I don't know what you would call it, but Leonardo DiCaprio would star in it.
I love that. I love that he completely ignored who the actual MVP was. He was like, "No, I'm correct," and that's what happened at the end of yesterday.
Max. I love you sometimes. Not often, though. But let's take a look, though, at our bottom teams currently who have kind of just re-qualified through into the finals, since they unfortunately had to sit out last week because they didn't qualify for the Super Weekend. Going back into our little graphic we used yesterday, actually comparing Nexus, Vodafone Giants, and SKP team and their averages.
Yeah, and Nexus Gaming and Vodafone Giants able to increase the average pretty significantly, both being very close to each other, and we saw them already making it into the top 16. So if you really put into perspective, and if we stopped this PMPL Super Weekend right now, Vodafone Giants and Nexus Gaming would qualify above Deus Sirens and also Destiny. Only team that can really play spoilers into this, Kalaris, is SKP team. Seeing their performance in the first day, they're not quite on par from what we saw in the league play, so they need an absolutely fantastic day 2 and day 3 here.
Yeah, aside from your Hamodi 1.7k game where they were able to get that, name me another time during this tournament the SKP team has stood out to you and impressed you to that level. And the answer is probably no other times, unfortunately. So they're going to have a huge step up here to actually reach these other two teams to try and wrestle that spot away from them. And I don't know if in current form they can do that, Jason.
Yeah, I think all of us agree, and most people out there should probably agree as well, that the way they currently play, they won't be able to catch. But I will say this, though, to at least give them a little bit of hope. I'd say they have a couple of matches today to play with that if they do show us they have improved on and they are able to bring out that 1.7k damage yet again for Modi, then maybe they can pull it off. Maybe they can pass Giants, because Giants haven't really looked amazing. They looked solid yesterday, but it's been a long time. It's been basically 3 weeks since they've looked that good.
Yeah, it's basically, when you look at Vodafone Giants, it's been good enough of a performance to overtake Destiny, to overtake the Siren. So I don't want to be too harsh, because
I live my life. Just doing
But I think I'm not alone, right, Jason, Kalaris? When we talk about Vodafone Giants, we expected way more of this team. Not a team to just barely qualify in the finals. We expected them to qualify by a pretty big margin. I hoped that they were going to be in top 8 in the overall rankings of the Super Weekend. So I think that they know that the expectations have not been met for this team. I hope that they potentially took a step back onto what's not going wrong. We already talked about what potentially is not going wrong, early rotations, early drops. They've been improving on some aspects of the game, but they still struggle towards the late game. Transition from mid to late game is where they have a really hard time to get strong positions, to get gate kept a lot of the time. If they work on that specifically, extra positioning points, extra potential kills, they could rank up way higher here.
I would agree with that. When you say like top 8 at feasibility, I think I probably would have been there with you at the beginning of this, but there was always that little annoyance in the back of my mind. And I think a lot of people had this annoyance as well, where it's like when they were UDR killers and kind of trying to get the pace set for themselves, they stumbled sometimes. And I do think that, you know, we're right back there where we shouldn't be with a roster with names this good.
Yeah, I kind of feel like a broken record with them, unfortunately. Like, how many times this season, last season, have we talked about them being like a strong team, like the history they have as players playing in these like massive international tournaments? Yeah. And we see glimpses of them living up to our expectations, but for the most part, it's unfortunately not been there. But I don't want to beat on them too hard. Let's actually go talk about a positive note. A team named Gamelord, who actually had a massive step up yesterday, winning themselves $2,000 to split amongst the team, and obviously to give some to their favorite host if they want to, and potentially them to pay off the cursor to stop talking about them. It's going to be Gamelord.
To be honest, it was Kalaris yesterday that talked about them at the start, and it did kind of help out at the start of the day, and I feel like after I touched upon the topic of Gamelord a bit too much, and then the last 3 games were kind of a small downfall into the abyss, and it's been kind of dangerous for them. But I've been really happy in general. We remember at the very start of the PMPL, we had Narvalo OP and Victor being the 2 bannermen for this PMPL. They were always top fraggers, looking really good, especially because GK First did not start off this PMPL so well. But now Narvalo having almost twice as much kills as Victor is actually very impressive. He might just get above double eventually today or at the end of this Super Weekend, and Narvalo OP has just been impressive. Always making it into the late game, always getting himself a lot of kills. Survival time could be increased a little bit, but still 80 minutes over the course of 30 games. That is still a very good average to have here, Kalaris.
I didn't expect this kind of disparity between Narvalo and the likes of Victor and,
I know, right? Yeah.
and Akashi. I mean, we've seen these guys have decent performances throughout the tournament, but unbelievable from Narvalo, what we've been able to see from him so far, despite a lower average time in total than technically Spicy, who has not played all of the games. That doesn't matter too much, but yeah, Gamelord looking really, really good and really poised to be a threat in that final.
Maybe Spicy should play more of the matches. I mean, he's got 10 less matches played, and he's got 7,400 damage. Exactly. But this also goes into something we talked about quite a bit, Max, is that we're seeing more teams nowadays actually incorporate that 5th player into their roster, to actively use them, to actually substitute them around and give them proper game time.
Yeah, we saw especially teams in the league play do that. We saw, for example, it was mostly Eastern Stars that did quite a bit. We had Neuron at one point get involved into the team. It's fun to see how teams actually try and use their subs. Some are being a lot more active than, for example, in PC games, subs aren't maybe used that much. It's good to see in mobile games actually subs being used quite a significant amount. But the way Spicy is used, I have the impression he's there to give a break to the players, because you can see normally every single player, if they played every single Super Weekend game, they would have had a total of 35. They all played 30, so it seemed like Spicy is the one that's going to give you your break ticket and say, okay, you can go for a day, you can go to the water park or something, and you can have a day off. For such a long tournament, I think that's a pretty good thing to do for the mental state. It's cool.
Why is water park the first thing you think of? Like, it is cold outside. It is winter, basically, Max. And you want to go to a water park?
Look, I was born in the UK. Okay, I'm used to cold weather. I like going in the swimming pool during winter. I like it. I think it's cool. I like cold water. So there you go.
In his defense, there are 1 or 2 water parks, Jason, in Germany that are hot all year round because they're in that big dome over in Berlin. You know that?
I knew that.
That's cool.
I do know. I think it's hosted some esports event in the past, if I'm not mistaken. Well, let's move on. Let's not talk about water parks anymore, because I'm going to have to go use the restroom. What we can talk about, though, is 2 teams in particular, Eastern Stars and Unicorns of of love and this mini rivalry that's developing between the two teams who are gunning to be the #1 team when it comes to Western Europe. And Max, man, I'm gonna let you fill in what all this graphic is about.
Okay, because we saw on social media. Okay, see you guys in like 30 minutes. We'll be back. But no, because I'm gonna try. Okay, but as we know, we had some graphics that were posted, especially by PUBGMOBILE Esports on Instagram and Twitter, and we know as a fact now that there's only one team that's going to be able to qualify throughout this PMPL, both Season 1 and Season 2 in terms of points. So these two teams are currently competing for that #1 place. That is why this storyline is so interesting to see how they've been able to perform over time. So these lines, every line for single team, what it is basically, it represents their performance over time. You're going to see their upwards tendencies, you're going to see their downward tendencies. At the start, you see Unicorns of Love have a flat line because they did not qualify in the very first Super Weekend, and this is something that I find very interesting because Unicorns of Love having the very weak first week, of course, as we saw that with them make it into the Super Weekend, they slowly but surely started to increase the averages very significantly, overtaking the points in the second Super Weekend of Eastern Stars, trying to play catch-up, and now they're actually relatively close when it comes to PMGC points. We'll have to see exactly if we can showcase it at some point in time, but as of right now, Unicorns of Love had a very clear improvement. We saw that about GK First improving so much. Rollkiss going more of an IGL role instead of trying to be a fragger with the likes of Fresh and also GK First. So I've been actually really impressed with Unicorns of Love, how they improved, and we said we still can potentially expect a little bit more. They are going a little bit downward towards the end here, so they need to make sure they can catch up, but hitting the finals, if they play at their peak, they could easily contest with Game Lord, they can easily contest with Eastern Stars.
My favorite part of all of that was the flatline, where effectively Unicorns of Love at the beginning were dead, and we got to get the defibrillator
they flatlined
to help them out, because quite honestly, they really were. And thankfully, they're back alive again, kicking and moving around, so it's good to see.
Just imagine like a horse laying on the ground and Klaris comes out with these giant paddles to shock their heart.
Yeah, bless them.
Yeah, I do want to say this, by the way, Max, as you brought up like the qualification. Now, assuming this graphic that I am looking at is correct, which I believe it is, like you said, one team gets through from PMGC points, or just from points from Season 1 and Season 2 of PMPL, but then 7 teams get through in the European Championship. So that's really interesting to me to see what teams can still qualify. Obviously, if you're Eastern Stars here and you fail to stay ahead of Unicorns of Love or vice versa, you still have a good chance when we get into the big event coming up. Well, not even the big event, the next event coming up in November. But before we get to that, obviously we have to close out this event, and before we get into the finals, we need to take a look once again at the most cute and adorable graphic we possibly have here in PMPL, the Flu financial forecast. Yes! Catch up with how much money these teams have gotten. Hey, 10 games left. Eastern Stars has 5.
You think they're gonna win 50%?
Floof, I was gonna buy you a new toy, but you know what?
Oh, no.
Floof, how could you do this?
Hey,
treats. Okay.
Don't do that. Don't do that. There are toys all over this bloody house. I cannot believe, I don't know how she's accumulated so many in the time, but it's never ending. Is this what having kids feels like? That's probably
close, you know. Oh man, but yeah, excuse me, Planet trying to actually play catch up, still a team that's been pretty silent coming into this, so I think that they could potentially look for a 3rd or 4th chicken dinner at the end of this Super Weekend, but man, Eastern Star still $5,000 in terms of chicken dinners alone. Game Lord almost catching up yesterday, that is a significant amount of the prize pool right in your back pocket, and you're not even in the finals yet, that is insane.
I mean, it shows how even it has been between some of the bigger names in this tournament, right? I mean, actually, even some of the names that we didn't really expect to be getting this many chicken dinners, teams like Doom and Super Young roster really showed up in these Super Weekend finals, Super Weekends, I should say, and it's awesome to see how much money they've been able to put up without even going to the final yet. Really cool.
Yeah, a lot of money to be made, and of course, a lot of money to be made if you can get into PMGC as well, playing against the best teams in the world. But let's talk about the schedule coming up today. If you guys haven't joined us before, if you haven't seen us here on a Super Weekend, you might not know exactly what the order will be. And I can tell you it's going to be Miramar, not Miramar. Wow, I can't tell you apparently. It's going to be Erangel, followed by I feel like I'm Max trying to host. Welcome everyone to the. Oh man, oh no.
It's schedule time, yes.
Sanhok and Erangel once again. So one Miramar.
Production told you to move on.
Yeah, production's like, all right, we're cutting Jason. Let's drop him out. Klaris, you can host, right?
I'll do my best.
I easily could do it better than me. Let's talk, though, about what's coming up for you guys who have been hopefully voting all month long here at the Esports Awards. You guys can vote for PUBG Mobile as the Esports Game of the Year and the Mobile Esports Game of the Year. You just head over to esportsawards.com/vote and make sure to get those in, because together we can be the #1, and that'd be a perfect way to kick off the whole PMG season coming up in the end of November. Klaris Maxman, I always like to call him Max Lars. We'll check in with you guys after the first round is finished, as we got to bring our commentators in to kick off our second day here of our final Super Weekend. And I can't think of a better way to do it than having Imperium and Copter join us here on the virtual world. And Imperium, you're looking caffeinated, man. Why is that?
Because I got myself a new coffee machine yesterday, baby. Let's go. I'm all energized. I'm hyped. It's the first round of the day. I'm a little bit surprised that you didn't say Vikendi instead of Miramar Erangel for the first round, but we are heading into a copter. Are you as hyped, as energized as I am?
Yeah, I mean, I have had my share of the coffee as well already, so I think I'm going to be energized as well. Definitely hyped about the game or the matches tonight, so we'll see how it's going to go. But yeah, I mean, the coffee machine, that definitely is going to make a difference, so I'm going to be listening to you very carefully how the coffee is affecting you.
Well, they do say that coffee does dry up the throat, so I try not to drink too much coffee. It just, when I do drink coffee now, it's going to be damn good quality coffee. Just like these teams are damn good quality teams, and this playing path, it may be a little bit down on the southeast, but I have no doubt that the teams will be able to adapt to it.
I wouldn't be surprised if you would be already like 10 plus cups of coffee today. You have been just enjoying the machine way too much. Anyway, we can see quite short plane coming from the western side of the Sosnovka and heading towards Lipovka, so it's gonna put all the teams on the southern side of the island. Of course, we're gonna be kicking off with Erangel, so the classic map of PUBG. I just love Erangel still. I mean, it never wears out. Erangel is always Erangel, and it's always, I would say, that the first priority map for I mean, of any of the matches or any of the tournaments. I haven't seen any other maps yet, at least, like taking its place. But yeah, let's see the landing spaces, because it's Super Young Roster and LMV. They are landing somewhere right next to Primos. Probably not going to be challenging each other, but they will just try to find some vehicles, maybe rotate away from that area. But a lot of teams are still in the air, so we don't know what's going to happen. But we haven't seen those hot drops. We have been speaking about that, so we're not going to be expecting those to happen this time as well. Some early encounters, yes, but nothing major.
I really loved when the desk was talking about the top 8 teams and what they might be looking to do when it comes to the strategies of this last Super Weekend, and maybe pushing themselves a little bit more heavily, trying new things that they can bring into the final, success or failure. Because I touched upon that yesterday, and I think it's really, really important that the teams don't take this last Super Weekend for granted. Yes, there's $1,000 per chicken dinner, but the chances of you getting that chicken dinner is 1 in 15. But in my eyes, the chances of you pushing something different, trying a new strategy and learning from that strategy in preparation for the finals is, in my eyes, a lot higher.
Yeah, I agree on that one. And we have been multiple times mentioning like the domino effect. And of course, when it comes to rotations and such, the domino effect is definitely real. But also when it comes to the landing spots, if some team wants to change the place, they want to do a little bit different kind of job from whatever reasons, trying something new, etc., the domino effect is going to still apply on that one. So it's like even more effective domino effect, that if you're going to make a difference on the landing spot, there's going to be a lot of reactions from the other teams, and you never know how they will react. So maybe it's time to try something, see how the teams react. If we actually go there instead of that place, that could be something.
And then the other side of that is the confidence around how your team plays, and the confidence of you as a player, because at the end of the day, it may be 16 teams, but it's 64 players that are in the mix. And it's going to be 64 players that are in the finals. And it's correct what Kailara said. Every one of these players can shoot a gun accurately, can spray, can win a lot of 1v1 fights. But it comes down to the mentality game. It comes down to the confidence that you have as a player to help be a part of your team's success in the right way. And I really think that is something that is under-recognized with a lot of these players.
Yeah, that is true. The shooting is part of it, but there's a reason why many people tell the PUBG, yeah, it's a first-person shooter, but there's a whole lot more. So it's a way much deeper game than people actually see. It's just from the pictures that there's a lot of strategies, a lot of planning, and a lot of decision-making involved with the game. So it's not just that you run and gun and just kill everybody. Of course, if you can kill the whole lobby, fine. But without the good strategies, you're not going to do it.
We saw, to get a little bit more specific into this game, that phase 1 circle on that southwest side. A couple of early kills in the favor of Unicorns of Love. I don't know if this was specifically targeted, but Unicorns of Love went a little bit more north than maybe normal on their rotation to North George and got 2 kills onto the players of Big. Now, the plane path was on that southeast side, so Big getting to Severny from that plane path is always going to be a little bit trickier, potentially. That variable is in play, but I can't help but feel that a tiny bit more targeted for Unicorns of Love to catch out the players of Big.
Yeah, I don't think it's a coincidence. I mean, definitely they had some kind of idea getting those kills from Big. Big has been showing a lot of performance lately, straight from the first week, and they were showing that they're capable of getting the places on the top 3. And now, starting from the second week, they have been a serious contester, getting chicken dinners, getting good results on the super weekends. And there's a reason why they are so high on the leaderboard currently. So Unicorns of Love, definitely, I think they see them as a threat, but they also want to make sure that they will show to themselves exactly the psychological game, which you said. They want to show that they have what it takes. And I mean, imagine you would be browsing on a website for a new coffee machine, and then suddenly you order one. It's not a coincidence. So it's not a mistake. So that's exactly what happened. Unicorns of Love, they went right next to Big, and suddenly they got the kills. It was not random.
Thanks. I totally didn't get what you were trying to say until you brought up the correlation with buying a coffee machine. Then it suddenly clicked. Thank you so much for that, Copter. Absolutely love it. But Game Lord, they're still looting up in Yasnaya. Their entry point into this circle is going to be a little bit tricky. The desk highlighted how this team looks to be really back to full strength, led by Narvello on the kill standings, at least massively ahead in regards to his team. But at the end of the day, it is still that team effort, because Narvello can only pop off if the rest of his team supports him, puts him in that position, creates those distractions, and really communicates in the right way so that he is given that time to light the lobby up and grab those kills for his side. So it may look like it's all Narvello, but without a shadow of a doubt, this is a well-oiled machine of a team supporting him.
The Nexus situation that we are seeing, I really love seeing the rivalry between Nexus and Vodafone Giants currently. They are fighting from the 15th and the 16th places. There's only like 4 points of difference between them. So it's a nice battle, even though they cannot reach the top 5. There's no way that they can make it that far. But still, they want to be on the grand finals, and kind of like this small rivalry. They kind of have a battle of their own going on. But now it's going to be Team Doom that's going to be right next to Nexus Gaming, so they will not find the arch enemies currently, but they're definitely building something. Nexus, they're just staying hiding here on this small hill and watching what's happening on the fields. Of course, the circle has been kind of like hinting that it might go in that direction, but there's a lot of chances. And Big, which lost those 2 members, they are still in Severny. I mean, the only thing what they can do is to come late, so they're a little bit like stranded currently there, and just wondering how they will actually approach the circle with only 2 members remaining.
I'm also, when you touch upon Vodafone Giants and Nexus, yes, that little bit of rivalry is in place, but it's like Jason Calaris and Maxon touched upon. SKP are still within the running to claim one of those spots. They didn't have a good start to the last Super Weekend, especially compared to both Nexus and Vodafone Giants. But with 10 games to go, they're roughly 50 plus points behind. That's not unachievable, because say what you want about the quality of Nexus and Vodafone Giants in general, they haven't been the most consistent teams within this PMPL. They have proven to be quite shaky in their performances. If SKP can rattle their cages a little bit more, apply that wealth of pressure across 2 or 3 games today, coming into day 3, we could be seeing a very spicy finish.
Yeah, true. I mean, teams are very carefully approaching this circle. We haven't seen like any incidents since the big losing 2 players for Unicorns of Love. Now we have the next zone, and that's quite heavily. Well, it's on the middle basically, but it's on the southern side of the main island, and kind of like, you know, putting teams in a smaller area, again, cutting some compounds away, but there's still a decent amount. So, for example, super young roster that seems to be approaching from the west probably just will come straight south towards the drop that we can see. There's a lot of buildings that you can still play, so you don't have to go straight on the middle. Unicorns of Love, they actually stayed on the northern George Ball yesterday as well for a longer time. So we'll see what's going to be the play, but they will definitely be crossing that bridge. But I wouldn't be surprised if they will try to catch big on the rotation as they will move those 2 players if they have an idea that the guys will be still staying there.
That's true. That's a good point. Unicorns of Love aren't quick to rotate into these first couple of circles, 2 or 3. Phase 2 did go more heavily down south than I kind of expected, and it does still encapsulate a little bit of that military island, and a good 30% of the water is in circle. But the fight now between Vodafone Giants and Nexus, you laid the foundations. That little bit of a rivalry is starting. Bam is the first to go down, but now Rana, Creator, and Dewey. Let's see what they can do to return the fire in towards a dip where the Giants lay down, and nade onto Sebi doesn't work out. Dewey does get a knock onto Ulysses, but it's instantly returned at the hands of Vodafone Giants, and now Rana and Dewey, the last 2 players up, but they are quite far away from each other. They can look to try and disengage, but that's going to be easier said than done. But Dewey with the double nade onto Ulysses and Pocus, that opens the door. Now he's going to push on forward. Rana will have the distraction, the separation to push in on towards the side, and this could be a well-calculated V effect engagement by Nexus. Dewey turning things around wonderfully, gets the 3rd knock, and there's just 1 player left alive. It's all going horribly wrong, and this is what we're talking about, Copter, in terms of the SKP narrative, right? Vodafone Giants go down in 16th in round 1 of the day. 0 points on board. Well, 2 points on board, but Nexus, they cleaned them up.
I mean, for a while it seems that actually Nexus Gaming have the shorter end of the stick, but they managed to turn the whole situation upside down, and they will actually, with the DB's excellent performance, will get those 3 first guys down, and then it was just solo remaining. And of course, by taking down the whole Vodafone Giants, that's how Nexus will make sure that they will stay on top of on the scoreboard compared to the Vodafone Giants. So Nexus definitely will keep that place. If Vodafone Giants would have won that fight, they actually most probably would have swapped the places on the scoreboard.
And this Super Weekend number 3, day 2, is already starting to heat up. So many little storylines and narratives in play as Conqueror try to protect their hillside area off the coastal line of the mainland. Game Lord are more towards that eastern edge, holding on to the buildings and playing. Conqueror as a team, they really need to find their confidence. They need to find their feet. They really need to find their form, because I really think, despite them performing a lot better in the 3rd league week, they really aren't at the same level as the likes of Game Lord, Eastern Stars, and Unicorns of Love coming into the finals.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Game Lord Conqueror situation is building up here on the southern side. All the teams are actually been trying to park on the southern side. Circle did shift on the on the north, on the current circle, but more or less like on the middle, on the main island. Vito with that spray gonna be connecting. Navalov can still keep his life, at least for a while. But in the end, Navalov is gonna be still staying there. We can see Conqueror having 2 guys on the shoreline. We can see Navalov just trying to find a way out of the situation. Vito's gonna try to make sure that the guy doesn't get away from that whole place. And Vito just trying to find that right angle. Will spot the player, and the spray happens both sides, but Vito's gonna be winning that battle in the end, and that's gonna be at least 1 player knocked out. But now he has a problem, because the rest of the Game Lord, they will be coming on the backside.
Yeah, and this is where Conqueror need to take that knock and turn it around into their advantage and focus on the repositioning of Game Lord. They know where they are. And Reeves The Irish God gonna cook up a nade, send it closer to the members of Game Lord. The wraparound is there. Well, that's gonna be a Kashi throwing him back down, realizes his position is exposed a little bit. Clink, reevaluating where he wants to go. Don't stick too close together. Conqueror, lots of nades, can instantly see 2 of your players being knocked down. That's a good nade being thrown, I think, by Rees. Gets a little bit of damage onto Akashi for the time being. Despite a player knocked down, Game Lord are handling Conqueror pretty well. It's outside the circle, so time's ticking.
Yep, definitely. I mean, they need to finish this battle because the AZ and K-Link actually moved a little bit away just to get some different kind of angle for the situation, to be more on the circle side on that situation, to be able to hold down Game Lord better. Navalov still being knocked down on the southern side. There's nobody's gonna go for the revival, at least not for now. And Conqueror, they're definitely building the situation. They're trying to hold down the guys, and the sprays are coming in. Reed's gonna be trying to connect. We can see Game Lord also trying to defend. Reed's gonna fall down. Spicy's gonna fall down as well. There we go. AZ comes to the rescue and gets one of the players down. Meanwhile, we have some other fights happening on the kill feed as well. AZ is going to be knocked down now, and just 2 guys from Conqueror trying to hold, I think, 2 guys as well. That's in the end. We can see the whole Game Lord actually falling down on the situation. So Conqueror, and can they still revive those 2 guys? What do you think, Imperium?
Yeah, they should be able to get the revives up. Time is being wasted. Phase 3 Blue Zone is closing in. They've lost an element of positioning and a hell of a lot of information gathering upon that fight. But I am genuinely happy they won that, because again, I highlighted that they really need to find their confidence, find their form, and winning out against Game Lord and staying as a full squad is a big plus in my eyes as we're getting to the next circle shift. It's a dead center shift, no hard shift. It's right slap bang in the middle with 4 Romanian boys, a 3-1 spread, but they're going to have the likes of Unicorns of Love getting much closer to their area.
Yeah, true. I mean, they have managed to actually get on the circle, so they are staying there on the chopsticks on the northern side. Now they will have to get inside. They cannot use those buildings anymore. And of course, a lot of teams will be sending it there. There's just fields, and this is going to be one hell of a circle, to be honest. We can see a lot of action as the teams will be sending on the fields, trying to find the places. The shacks, they will be hot property, if nothing else. Of course, the hay piles, etc. They can as also works as some kind of a cover, but it's not so good as the shacks. We can see Xtreme Slayers starting to take a possession of one of those shacks. A lot of teams still trying to get inside. Super young roster coming from the southern side. We can see 4 Romanian boys holding a place, like a higher angle for now. On top of that, he'll wanted to see what's actually happening on the southern side on the fields. TSC and Chasmac, they are holding that place as well. I mean, yeah, the situations are building all the time, and now it seems that Xtreme Slayers, they're building something around the Eastern Stars.
Well, keeping Papi outside the circle is a great way of them really protecting their area inside this circle. Never mind the fact that where they hold on to, it's just a couple of shacks, so they don't want to commit everybody into that one shack because you're asking for a juicy nade or 2 to be thrown in your direction. SKP, though, they lose their lives completely, if I'm not mistaken, and they go out with 0 points. So the opportunity to pick up a couple of points in the Vodafone Giants has been lost as Conqueror pushing on towards Xtreme Slayers. An initial knock, I believe, onto Azzy, but it's still... Nope, that's Conqueror eliminated. Out just like that. I wasn't sure who took them down, but they are out of here.
Yeah, I mean, the whole Nexus actually, Nexus managed to destroy SKP team, and that's one of the teams that is trying to get on the top 16. And Nexus now destroying a second team already from that lower part of the scoreboard. It's a very good point for them, and kind of like trying to stabilize their position as the 15th place team, and then kind of like moving the battle between the SKP and the Vodafone Giants. But that is what we saw there. Just 1 player remaining for Nexus, but still, I think they have 8 kills, so that's a decent amount of kills already for them. Meanwhile, of course, we had some other fights happening as well, but I gotta highlight that Nexus situation. It was a very important fight once again for them.
Yeah, you are dead right. Unicorns Love got a nice cheeky kill on the 4 Romanian boys, so the ability for them to really blanket around the 4 Romanian boys team inside that compound on the northwestern edge of the circle is quite valuable. Eastern Stars, they lost Octavian. He was a little bit too separated from the rest of his team and lost his life. Still Kapahala holding down the anchor position in the circle. Unicorns of Love. Can you bear the horn of the unicorn? Stab it into the heart of 4 Romanian boys to grab another team fight win and set yourselves up for a possible chicken dinner. Roka 3 positioning around. And Unicorns of Love, they have a pretty solid spread.
Yeah, they are definitely, you know, building around the 4 Romanian boys. The nade is going to be completely going on the target just on the right moment. We can see also second player falling down. So 4 Romanian boys, they are in a lot of trouble. 2 guys standing up. 1 is knocked down, 1 is flushed already. And I mean, Unicorns of Love, it seems that they have just decided that, yeah, we're going to be starting finally to play. And they are definitely targeting the teams. They're just building the situation. They're not like going on the middle and waiting what's going to be coming towards them. They're actually taking the fights themselves. That's going to be GK first falling down. So 4 Romanian boys, they are fighting back. And let's see, Dorian's nade, will that be connected? It's going to go towards GK first at least. Will be connecting. Will deal a minor amount of damage. Doesn't get the flush though yet. And there's still a chance for Unicorns of Love to actually save the situation, as the 4 Romanian boys will decide to leave and actually withdraw back on the compound that is just barely inside of the circle.
I think the one mistake Unicorns of Love made in that moment was going for the initial revive onto Rokus as GK and Leon in some way pushed forward. I'm aware having somebody there to kind of suppress your opponents while the revive is being laid out is good, but it's a mistake we've seen teams made often. They'd already captured a knock and a kill onto one of the 4 Romanian boys. So even with Rokus being knocked down, Exa Machine had been knocked, they still had the body advantage. They should have pushed forward, but now they've been delayed. Chazmak have gotten into a much better position around him. Yes, they're still up as a full squad, but in my eyes, it was a bit of a losing mistake from Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, I mean, we saw 4 Romanian boys actually going for the next to that compound for a while, but then they decided to rotate on the middle, and Jazzback, they just decided to take that place. We can see TSC also lurking on the southern side, so they might want to do something about it. And Unicorns of Love, I mean, that battle with the 4 Romanian boys, yes, I mean, yes, they went for the revival, but they still did manage to keep all the 4 players alive. So I think it's a win. They managed to get a couple of the kills and still like keeping the whole roster alive. They know how important it is to have the 4 players, but yeah, definitely the fight could have gone differently if they wouldn't have gone for the revival. So, but that's something that we will never know.
Xtreme Slayers being gate-kept by the side of Team Doom. They only scored 11 points in yesterday's 5 rounds, Doom, so they really did turn this around. And oh my lord, we switched it around, and Unicorns of Love, they may have given the position over to Chazmak inside those buildings, but they did not take it for granted. Learning from the slowness of the fight against 4 Romanian boys, they sweep in and they take out the French team just like that.
Yeah, and they already have like, what is it, like 10 kills, so that's a huge amount of kills. Xtreme Slayers at the same time jumping on Eastern Stars. Team Doom is going to be taken down at the same time. Big is going to be getting a kill from there. Also, Xtreme Slayers having a huge battle with the Team Doom and just finishing up the kills, so they will kind of together get those players down, as Xtreme Slayers will be flushed away by Eastern Stars. So they are like third-partying on the whole situation, like a multi-dimensional fight, 3-4 teams fighting each other, and the circle will be shifting. It's going to be quite heavily on the northern and eastern side. 4 Romanian boys and Eastern Stars, they are sitting on the circle, and everybody else need to fight their way in.
2 teams fighting for that PMTC spot. The race to PMTC are still in the end game of this round 1 of the day. Unicorns of Love, Eastern Stars. Yes, Eastern Stars are much closer to 4 Romanian boys. You see Athos pushing forward, Kappa, Hala, and Fury close behind. Unicorns of Love yet to enter into the circle. They are down a player. TSC are going to be probably slowing them down. So I'm curious if 2 teams fighting, the 2 teams in the race for PMGC. All the while, Team Big, they still have 2 players up. With Jaja being knocked down, that's a good opening for Unicorns of Love.
Definitely, and the flush should be happening as well. I mean, this whole fight with the Unicorns of TSC is on another side of the small hill. Oh my god, GK is gonna get Bujo down as well. So TSC down to 1 player, and Unicorns of Love, they are just fragging away. They're just killing everybody they can see. 5 kills for GK first, as we can see on the side panel at the same time. But I mean, they are just taking... I'm gonna say it. I mean, Unicorns of Love, if they keep playing like that, I'm gonna say that they will win this.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, I totally agree with you. They just have to keep it up and you know, prepare for the finals in the right way. And it seems like, without a shadow of a doubt, their confidence is riding high. But Eastern Stars are a very calculated team. Kappa Hala is just head and shoulders attitude and mentality-wise above so many others in the PMPL. So he can lead his team to victories. Unicorns Love lead themselves into another kill, into another team fight win, and we are down to our final 4 teams. 4 Romanian Boys backed away from Eastern Stars and hold on to the western edge of the circle, and they're lucky that Unicorns Love didn't rotate into that position. But this is what I love about Unicorns Love. They recognize that playing on towards the lower side of the hill is a lot more valuable in the very end moments of this game. Having that low ground where you're able to play to the dips in the last couple of circles is perfect.
Yeah, I mean, super young roster, they're just sitting here. I mean, they try to approach the circle carefully, but I mean, these guys, they are just rolling in and trying to get those kills. They will spot down the super young roster, and that's where the problems start. They will just take the very aggressive angle towards them, and they'll try to straight them down. We can see Elin just watching it from the distance. We can see GK first falling down now, so Eastern Stars will be third-partying on the whole situation. Fury also puts the focus on that side, so it might be backfiring a little. GK is to be flushed down as well, so they cannot save him anymore. Down to 2 players, and one of them in a very low situation. And super young roster, they might have a chance to put Unicorns of Love as a solo team currently if this is going to be connected, but no, still got to be dodging. But this nade, it can change the path, it can change the destiny, and there we go.
Lin gets a nice clean nade knock, but he's still close. Actually, no, he's not even close to his teammate. He's left to his own devices. He is far away from the circle, so I think he's better off just going for this fight and hoping for the absolute best. It seems like Unicorns of Love bit off a little bit more than they could chew in the last 30 seconds to a minute, being third-partied by the members of Eastern Stars. Hurt their ability to close out this fight against super young roster. 4 Romanian Boys are still alive and kicking. 6 kills for super young roster. They definitely didn't go into the previous circle quietly. They pushed in onto Team Big, and Lush got a double kill, but the heal doesn't work out. Unicorns of Love are eliminated, but still a 21-point game is nothing to be sniffed at.
Yeah, it's I mean, great kills coming from them. I just love the aggressive gaming style which they had on that match. They were just jumping on everybody, and they made everybody aware that they are definitely on the lobby. They are not away. And, well, that, of course, will bring them those 22 points, like you mentioned. Meanwhile, Eastern Stars, they will find the super young roster as they will try to approach the circle from the south. And as we can see, Eastern Stars, they are controlling the circle. Furious Nade seems to be quite good towards Sick, and deals the damage about half of the HP. Eastern Stars, they are just jumping on the situation. Sick is going to be taken down, and now the flush, they will get that as well. So Fury will do the job, and down to do they have any players anymore? I mean, they have none actually. But that's going to be super young roster falling down. If I didn't see completely wrong, yeah, they will die.
2 remaining teams left in the final 2 spots. Eastern Stars with the body advantage. 4 Romanian Boys have played somewhat passive. They disengaged away when they recognized that they were probably not going to win out against Unicorns of Love, and that has proved to be a very wise decision, getting themselves into the top 2, but now their last battle is in front of them. No better team than Eastern Stars, like I said, calculated, their wits about them as a 3-man team, like a well-oiled machine. Athens driving forward, a knock on the Fury, looking for a second. Sarah steps right up, looks for the kill on the Athens. It's a 3-way down to 4 Romanian Boys, turn it around to pick up the chicken dinner.
That was excellent. I mean, if I'm completely honest, I was expecting, because the Eastern Stars, they were controlling that circle so nicely for a long, long time, and 4 Romanian Boys down to 2 players. But they, I mean, in my amazing spray, getting those 2 first initial knocks, that can like open up the whole situation. Definitely a huge spray on that situation.
It's a little bit like Eastern Stars kind of took it for granted with that chicken dinner, and I don't often say that, but that was a bit of a throw from Eastern Stars side. Fair play to 4 Romanian Boys, like I said, leading up into that very last fight. They did what a lot of teams don't do, which is disengage in the right moment, in the right way, when they recognize that they're losing an engagement. It's always hard to do that because you want to fight until the bitter end, or you're afraid to try to move away. Before Romanian Boys against Unicorns a lot previously in that game, I think it was phase 4, phase 5, moved away, and the duo stayed alive, stayed out of sight, out of mind, moved back away from Eastern Stars. Again, a little bit lucky that Unicorns Love didn't path into that northwest side on, I think, phase 6. But at the end of the day, Sarah stepped up, got the double kill, and then the final kill came out onto Athos, and boom, chicken dinner, $1,000 in their back pocket.
Somebody would have told me when they escaped from the Unicorns of Love fight with that duo who actually like sent it just on the middle, if somebody would have told that with that move they will win the game, I wouldn't have believed, to be honest. I mean, It was amazing play. Eastern Stars, you mentioned it, Imperium, they were so careful, so much building the, controlling the circle. But still in the end, I mean, the aggressive gameplay from 4 Romanian Boys, it just took them down so fast. So that's where we see the real power of a one great spray.
And then Unicorns of Love. What a game from them. Yeah, they bit off a little bit more than they could chew, as I noted. But still, that mid-game to late game was... couldn't have asked for a better way for them to swing it around, and just executing Chazmak like it was a knife through butter was insane. Even though we only caught the very end of it, it was clear as day that they absolutely swept through Chazmak. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. You can see that that's a very tail end. Look at that. Boom. So good. So it was a great game for Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when they jumped on the Super Young roster on the final circles, I really thought that they're going to be the Wolves and the Super Young roster is going to be the Chiefs, and they will just, bite them all the way till the death. But it was written differently, and they didn't manage to, win that fight anymore. They did some damage towards the Super Young roster, but in the end, they were just taken down on that place. But I was really expecting that with that kind of gameplay, they will actually go all the way till the end. But I kind of feel that when they had the fight with the 4 Romanian Boys, so when the Unicorns of Love, they ended the aggressiveness, then the 4 Romanian Boys decided, it's going to be our time now, and we got to continue the same gaming style which they had, and they actually managed to get that chicken dinner. So I think that the aggressiveness of the Unicorns of Love helped 4 Romanian Boys to get that chicken dinner.
Yeah, for sure. That's just the way it kind of worked out in that sense. Then finally, Nexus getting 8 kills in that game, taking down Vodafone Giants, getting rid of the last SKP players. Hey, out of those 3 teams that are technically fighting for those last 2 spots in the finals, the most secure looking as of right now is Nexus.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they won the Vodafone Giants first. They built the situation on the southern side, and they just didn't try to escape. They were holding there for a longer time, so Vodafone just decided to rotate right next to them. We didn't see how the situation started. Was it a plan from Vodafone Giants, or did they actually try to jump on Nexus? We don't know, but still Nexus, they hold the lines and they got those kills, and that was one team taken down. And then it suddenly just they managed to get down the SKP team as well. So I mean, like you said, out of all those teams who are fighting from the existence, from the spot on the grand finals, Nexus, they definitely took down 2 of the strongest opponents, or the 2 most important opponents, and that was a very important play from them.
Couldn't have said it better myself. 1 round gone, 4 more to go. Gonna go for a short break, and then Jason and the crew will break it all down.
Hey guys, welcome back to a brand new player interview here for PMPL Western Europe Season 2. And today we're going to be joined by one of the players that has made a lot of noise in this first week of PMPL. It's none other than Redox of 4 Romanian Boys. Redox, how you doing, man? You've been absolutely slapping it this first week.
Hello guys, I'm doing pretty well. And
That's great. That's all you need. You're doing great, man. You're doing great. That's perfect for me. So I wanted to ask you real quick, Redox. Could you give me a quick description about yourself and your role inside the team that you're currently playing with?
I'm currently the entry fragger and the IGL of the team. We before PMCO we wanted to switch the IGL, but I remained the IGL and now I'm playing like that in PMPL.
Talking about PMPL, I want to know your feeling here because this is your very first PMPL, right? How does it feel for yourself and the entirety of 4 Romanian Boys to participate in the second season of PMPL?
We feel really excited. That's our first PMPL and also was our first PMCO. And yeah.
Perfect. First time at PMCO, first time at PMPL, and you guys are absolutely shredding it in this one. Currently standing in 6th place in the Super Weekends. Hopefully we can go even higher, further and beyond. But going into this PMPL, as you said, it's your first time playing in PMPL. Is there a statement that you're trying to make towards the other players and teams in this event?
We're trying to make our play to show what we can, and also that the new teams are good enough to play against all teams and the old players.
Okay, that's great. I mean, you especially coming out from Romania, a lot of Romanian fans out there in PUBG Mobile that I think must be supporting you guys. Do you have anything you would like to say to the 4 Romanian Boy fans?
We thank you guys for supporting us, and we're gonna do the best what we can.
That's all I have to get. Thank you very much, Redox, for this quick little interview, and I wish you the best of luck in this PMPL.
Thank you also. Good luck, guys.
You know, I feel like I'm the jinx today because I said watching that match towards the very end, okay, well, Eastern Stars are up to 6 chicken dinners now. Looks like I can bring home the next 4 and I can get my 10. But you know what? I was wrong. And now I know how you feel, Maxman, cursing teams all day long. But 4 Romanian Boys, they pick up a chicken dinner. The first one since round 9 in week 2 league play. Just doing off the top of my head, just guessing, you know, just putting it out there. Who knows? Right?
Yeah.
I'm right because I looked it up. Welcome back, everyone, to PMPL Western Europe Season 2, as we do have 4 Romanian Boys taking home the victory, 21 points. And more importantly, Max, what else did they get?
Got himself a lot of points, and he got himself a win on top of that. He got himself $1,000. So, yeah, it's okay.
Okay, next time I make an mention of road to Colaris next time.
I mean, the ultimate solution to this game was live to fight another day, and 4 Romanian Boys did that splendidly, right? I mean, for all intents and purposes, I thought they were going to be bonked over on that western side by Unicorns of Love. However, it was not to be. They maturely decided to move away from that fight and live to fight another day, and look at how they were able to do things against Eastern Stars. I loved the control and spray transition from Sarah against Eastern Stars, waiting patiently for when they were lining up for his ultimate strike, the opportunity, Max.
Yeah, I mean, 4 Romanian Boys said they clearly played in No Time to Die, the new James Bond, right? That they did not want to give up, especially Sarah. That was a great. We rarely see a 1v3 clutch, especially to close off a game, and he waited so that Eastern Stars were split in such a way. I mean, Ryzen too, but that was last year in Pyram, okay? New year, new clutches, but him actually waiting for them to have such a good angle so he could get 1 spray, get 2 knocks, then switch weapon and go for the 3rd kill. The timing was on point. It was well played by Sarah. So yeah, good stuff for 4 Romanian Boys, and I'm hoping there's not going to be just a one-hit wonder. We need to see a little bit more consistency from this team.
I mean, you talk about 4 Romanian Boys and how Sarah stepped up, but there's also another player that stepped up massively in that one. GK First.
Yeah, I mean, GK First just, he seemed, we already talked quite a few times about him, but he's just been unleashed. I'm going to use that word again.
Don't use too much of your content, because we're going to talk about him in a little bit more time, too. I got a graphic specifically for it.
Okay, but GK First doing good. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. GK First good. Yes. Let's take a look at our top players on the last round. I'm expecting to see, actually, wow, I expected to see GK First up there, but I guess he was just sniping kills.
Yeah, so Rolkis being number 1 doesn't surprise me a huge amount. He was at 600 damage done with 38 players still alive during this game early on. So very, very impressive start from Rolkis to be able to move on. I mean, there was that moment where he flexes out just a little bit too far away from that compound where they absolutely smashed Chazmac. So he kind of lost out that and lost out early, but he could have done even more had he not moved a little bit away from the team.
I think it was potentially trying to scout into the circle or potentially trying to go for an off angle onto Chazmac, but Chazmac just made it easy for Unicorns. They're just like, okay, we got 1 square meter, let's all play a game of, like with Mr. Beast, just who leaves the circle first dies, and they all just got absolutely sprayed down by Fresh and GK first. It was a really weird situation for Chazmac, so good to see. Rockets unfortunately did die a little bit early, but Lin, he just can't die either at the impression. He was like taking that fight versus super young roster, and as Blank said, right, they just drew an arc above his forehead with the bullets just missing every single shot almost. That was
Neo.
Yeah, that was a weird one. But Lin, I mean, able to get 750 damage, good survival time too, being the last surviving player for Unicorns of Love. Extra positioning point for Lin.
I could see super young roster sitting there like, hello, Mr. Linderson. Because Anderson doesn't work, and it's the Anyways, GK first, his radar before I get really
get him off the screen right now. I mean, get this man on the screen. Jeez, GK first has just been going from strength to strength. It's no surprise that he is absolutely the max on 3, almost 4 categories, and one of those is not healing, so that's good for him. But just in general, yeah, Unleashed, we mentioned it at the end of yesterday, and we're mentioning it again apparently today, Max, but he has looked absolutely fantastic in these last couple of days, and I think long may this continue because everyone is looking forward to when GK First is playing at this level here in Western Europe.
Look, Jason, I'm going to say it. GK First is an Avenger level threat, okay? He is at that point right now where he is becoming very scary for these teams to go up against. He just seems so comfortable. He doesn't care if you have a strong position. You'll just go for the angle, and his spray are just some of the best, I would say, potentially, if not the best in this PMPL Western Europe Season 2. So, yeah, this guy just, if he takes a fight in a 1v1, most of the time, GK First will be the one to come out on top. No surprise there.
Here's the real question, Max. Would he survive the snap?
I mean, 50-50. I guess so. Yeah, I don't know. Just flip it. I don't have a coin right now because I'm poor. I have nothing. All my day rate goes to Kalaris, as we know. So I have nothing.
Just imagine if you did flip a coin, it would land directly on its edge instead
on the side.
Yeah, define all
no decision was made.
Speaking of defying laws of physics, Unicorns of Love this weekend and Super Weekend have been playing fantastic. They've definitely been the team that we expected to show up in the event and have definitely risen throughout the entire event as well. As we take a look at their average stats, look at that. From this Super Weekend only, they're averaging 1,400 damage a round.
7 kills.
7 kills.
7 kills, Jason. What is this? What's going on? I mean, that's an insane number to have. If they could do that every single Super Weekend, it will be hard for Game Lord and Eastern Stars and even Team Big to potentially try and catch up. So if they pull off stats like this in the finals, already PMGC spots should be good, but even just making it into the EMEA Championship, this team is just looking absolutely golden right now. But now the thing is, I wonder, into the EMEA Championship, because seeing what we're seeing right now, I think there's a very clear chance that this team is going to qualify. How well can they perform versus the Canina Powers, versus the Navis? That's when I would say their synergy and their aggressive playstyle is truly going to be put to the test.
You boys joining the train yet that they're winning this particular Super Weekend? I mean, I think it's a foregone conclusion.
I think so.
Boys.
Yeah.
Now I'm torn because Max sided with you. I was going to be with you. And
okay, I think SKP is going to win. Okay, I think they're going to win.
What?
There you go.
Get him off the screen. What's going on?
Okay, you know what? I will get him off the screen. Let's take a look at the schedule to remind you guys what's happening. We got Miramar coming up next, Erangel, Sanhok, Erangel one more time before we end off our second midday here at our third and final Super Weekend. But it's time to bring in our commentators. Get out of here, Max. You and I think Kalaris is the last man standing, actually, so I think he wins some sort of award. I may be doing the next segment by himself, but I'm not going to be doing this segment by myself anymore. As we bring in a Pyramid Copter to talk once again about PUBG Mobile. And gentlemen, we had a fantastic finish out of 4 Romanian Boys. We'll see what's going to happen in round 2.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that nobody really caught Max on calling you Imperium, Jason, and I don't know why anyone would insult you like that. Who would want to be referred to as Imperium? I barely want to be. But Copter, we're getting into round 2 of the day. It is Miramar. I'm ready. I hope you are.
Always ready. Of course, I mean, that's why we are here, to be ready. But yeah, Miramar is going to be interesting. I mean, let's see if the team's going to continue where they left on Erangel. There was a lot of action. I mean, the the early game was quite quiet, to be honest, on Erangel, but and the same can happen on Miramar as well. The teams were very carefully playing. We just saw the couple kills happening towards Big at the start from Unicorns of Floor. So let's see if we have any that kind of tricks happening on the second game of the evening as well. But yep, that is something that we just have to figure out when we'll see how the eggs will fall.
You like eggs?
I mean, eggs, they're fine. I mean, they go perfectly with coffee.
Do you have a favorite type of egg when it comes to cooking? Scrambled, boiled, fried?
Boiled egg, about 3 minutes.
Oh, so soft-boiled egg.
Yep.
Okay. Hey,
But it depends. That is just my preference. What do you think? What is your favorite?
I do love scrambled eggs. I absolutely love scrambled eggs. They're my favorite. Yeah. Not too runny. You know, nice and tight scrambled eggs. They're fluffy. They're light. Yeah, I'm a big scrambled egg fan.
Okay, well, eggs and coffee, that's what keeps Imperium buffing the teams.
That's all I'm built on. I'm just built on eggs and coffee. These teams are built on determination and the will to succeed as the playing path is upon us. It is a little bit heavily down south, so we'll make those northern drop spots a little bit trickier with the likes of LMV more specifically. Xtreme Slayers are opting to shift down south, but at least this time around, the playing path and the circle, they're very much together.
True. Definitely together, but yeah, the circle is definitely interesting. I mean, I love the southern parts, like I have said multiple times. The terrain or the landscape is more, there's trees, you know, it's more Erangel-like. There's like more covers, the visibility is different. It's not just hills and then, you know, no cover on top of those. There's actually trees that are blocking the view, as we can see from these pictures as well, that, you know, from the top of the hill, you don't have such a great visibility, so the teams can easily get like more closer towards each other. So it's not just, you know, people shooting from 400 meters towards the other hilltop. There's actually like more situations building up in a closer distance. But yeah, now the teams will just have to find those places. They know the circle, shouldn't be a big problem. We can see the Skip team, they are running straight towards LMV, who are just packing on a vehicle. They have a gun as well, so they're definitely trying to build something. So it's all about where LMV will be heading, but they will decide to actually go towards the north. So the SKP, they will find nothing out of that situation. They had a try, but not going to work out.
I think, and I know it might sound a little bit obvious, as it can be the case on a lot of rounds and across the 3 maps in the PUBG Mobile competitive setting, but I really feel this kind of Phase 1 circle affords the teams to have a plan A, plan B, plan C, because with Los Leones being pretty much in the center of this Phase 1 and it being such a vast terrain, a hard shift on Phase 2, Phase 3 really means that you have to really think about how you're rotating into these circles.
Yeah, true. I mean, we have 2 teams in Los Leones. They can definitely share the area. Nexus is there, 4 Romanian Boys is there. And the only thing what I'm wondering, because the circles are, well, actually we do have something going on with the Eastern Stars and SKP.
Erangel being caught out a little bit. And this is a change in drops from SKP. They've been doing this quite a few times in the PMPL, where they'll change their drop spots. Sometimes it catches teams out, sometimes it doesn't. In this case, it hasn't.
The SKP, I mean, they, like we spoke on the last game and just before the game as well, the SKP, they are trying to get on the top 16 to be able to somehow manage their way on the grand final. So if they're going to lose any players, that's going to be a complicated situation. And now Eastern Stars going to be leaving. Do we have this race coming in? Hamdi just waiting for it. Not going to open fire at all. Has a Yutzi. I mean, from closer range, that could be deadly, but doesn't have the extended mag, and that might be the problem. But the Eastern Stars, they're definitely looking. They want to engage the situation, and they will just go for it. And now it's going to be the time to do something about it. This race going to be coming, but no, he's going to fall down immediately.
Yeah, I was wondering, did they see his head popping out from the ridge? Did they see him just driving around? And I appreciate the discipline. I'm not shooting with the Uzi, but it wasn't even an extended mag. So really going for that was always going to be challenging.
Yeah, I think they know the locations, and now we have another try, but no chances. SKP there will be just taken down one by one. I think what happened here was that because there was the early initial contact, I think they spotted that there's the whole squad and they just fled on the other side of the road. And Eastern Stars, they knew that the other guys will be somewhere on the other side, and they were just, expecting that the 8 might be there, and 1 might be on the shack, or maybe they have the information, but still I think that they had some kind of an idea that the guys will be here. Either they spotted them, or then they just did the assumption based on the earlier situation.
At least Vodafone Giants and Nexus will be looking at that kill feed and have a little bit of a smile on their faces that 3 of the SKP players have been confirmed down. So, of course, a much higher chance that SKP are not really going to secure too many points in this game.
Yeah, Eastern Stars, I mean, they didn't get a chicken dinner on the last game, so they might be feeling that, yeah, now we need to get some points more, and they will just go with the early aggression. But if the team is going to land right next to them, or anyways, they will find a team straight at the start game right next to them, whatever other reasons, I think they have that much self-confidence that they can go for it, and probably they knew that the SKP doesn't have the greatest loot. They had the manpower, they had a vehicle, so I think they had all the advantages to make sure that they will win that situation.
And that's something that I do want to touch upon, and I'm also curious on your thoughts around it, is the distribution between placement points and kill points. For me, I've always had a bit of a belief that the top teams will have a balance, a distribution of 10 to 20 kills difference between placement, 10 to 20 points difference between placement and kills, whether that's more heavily in the range of placements or more heavily in the range of kills, but that balance shouldn't really exceed any more than 20, depending on the amount of games they've played. And with Eastern Stars, the difference between placement points and kill points is 39 currently, whereas when you look at Game Lord, the difference between placement points and kill points is only 14. So to me, I would actually really like to see Eastern Stars be a little bit more aggressive in these games leading into the finals.
True. Well, just have to follow how that's going to be advancing throughout the Super Weekend. And I mean, Eastern Stars, they will be anyways on the grand finals. I don't think that there's any way that they can drop away from there. So let's see if they can actually take all that performance there, because I think that a lot of teams will be just trying to reset their minds after the Super Leagues, after the league stage, and because then of course you got to be battling from the highest prize on the grand final. So I think that a lot of teams, even if they're going to qualify, let's say with the 10th, 11th, 9th, 8th place, I mean they can reset and they can try to get their minds over and somehow try to challenge the the highest positions there. So it's definitely an interesting thing how the teams will carry after this week and the performance that we have seen to the next weekend.
Excuse me, rotating and shifting around on towards the eastern hill of Picado and picking up a cheap knock onto Vito of Conqueror, blowing up the vehicles, and that's a product of being honest. Conqueror being slow to move away from Picado. When you're in that center of the map compound, you really need to take advantage of that. And the second you let 1, 2 teams move around you ahead of you, even into this kind of circle, this is a potential result. So Conqueror, definitely a bit of a mistake in my eyes.
I really hope that the circle's going to shift away from the Los Leones somehow, because so many teams that building around it. There's so many good places. So if we would have a hard shift, let's say towards Montenueva, for example, straight away on the north and west side, that would be definitely something. But the circle just will be centering around it. So now all the buildings, around, especially on the western side, a lot of those warehouses, long buildings on the sides of the road, and especially the hill on the southern side, which for Romanian Boys are very close to it. I think those will be like the priority places. Big can stay on the northern side, that's completely fine, but there's going to be a lot of teams crashing, well, not really crashing, but trying to find a place from the north. So I think TSC, Jasmag, they will definitely settle something on the northern side, and for now it's quiet for Big, but that might change very soon.
Yeah, they are going to have more of their wits about them in this phase 2 as it did Dendrop still around the Los Leones area. The western side of Los Leones is definitely more valuable for a lot of these teams because it is, for the most part, more within the percentage of this phase 2 circle compared to the east of Los Leones. But still a lot of high grounds around the big city that the teams can use to scout, take their time, and just really grab all the information they need.
True. Well, Unicorns of they approached the circle on the previous game quite slowly. I mean, they got some initial kills, of course, from the big at the early game. But then, I mean, there was a moment of silence. They came and then they found the teams and then they destroyed them. So we'll see if the approach is going to be similar. They have a good place. I mean, they have higher ground. They can spot the teams. They can move slightly towards the middle of the circle. But now it seems that they were actually getting away from that. So they might want to get some hard cover. They probably have spotted the place where they want to move. And that's the reason why they're getting down from those hills. Maybe the long building on the intersection right there. But the LMV at the same time, they're just coming from a completely empty angle towards the circle. There's no teams at all. So the question is, how long will they go forward? Will they stay on the edges or do they want to find a better place in the middle?
They could go to the field compound to the northeast of Los Leones as a bit of an anchor point. We have to, of course, recognize that they're going in with that lack of information, so not going too deep in this circle is always going to be valuable. They are in now, this phase 2, but they are wrapping around the eastern edge. Eastern Stars, yeah, okay, they got slowed down a tiny bit by SKP in the early parts of the game, but I'm a tiny bit surprised at how slow they are to move into this phase 2 circle.
Good. Well, Nexus, for Romanian Boys sitting on the next compound to each other, so next buildings. So we'll see how it's going to go down. I mean, for Romanian Boys, we saw the aggressiveness. We also saw Nexus getting those kills on the last game, so this could be interesting, but it might take a while until it's going to start. So we'll just have to wait and see how this is going to go down. But yeah, for Romanian Boys, they're trying to find that information. And I think Nexus, yeah, they know that there's got to be a team right next to it because he's BAM holding that 5-story building a bit further on the back. So he's going to be trying to scout that information using the TPP view as an advantage. But now the circle's going to be shifting for the second time or the next time. Eastern Stars finally getting inside. LMV decided to take that long building and the warehouse a little bit further from that field compound that you mentioned, Imperium. And that's a decent place for now. We'll just have to wait and see where the circle will be shifting. And it's going to go on the western side. That's an interesting one, definitely. And Vodafone Giants, they are sitting on the middle.
They're sitting in the middle. Unicorns Love have a good spread, but I think they do need to gather themselves a bit more closely together. Rokas, I feel, is either too deep on his own or the rest of his team are, to an extent, too slow behind. TSC pushing it in. Big are going to have to react. And still Nexus and 4 Romanian Boys, their position on the very edge of Los Leones is still in play.
Yeah, spray is coming from Team Doom. They will find the Xtreme Slayers at the same time. Xtreme Slayers, they were for a while very close to Unicorns of Floor, but they will get away from that. But meanwhile, 4 Romanian Boys going to find them down and will try to pick them one by one. They're trying to hide there on the containers, but yeah, let's see if that's going to be allowed because Team Doom, they have multiple different angles towards that area and they try to find those long distance knocks happening. Hall is going to be taken down. Ath is going to find one of the LMV players on the eastern side, so there's action happening on that side as well. But there's still a lot of places that are free. For example, on the northern side, I mean, still a couple of very good buildings with the good angles are completely free. But of course, teams that are coming from further, they don't know that. And it's going to be a huge risk to try to take any like big buildings if you don't have the information.
To me, that was a bit of a poor rotation from Xtreme Slayers because this very west of Los Leones is always going to be a popular area in this kind of circle. So phase 3, moving in blindly, is just, to me, kind of lackadaisical. Copter, lackadaisical. 3 teams looking in their direction. Doom, 4 Romanian Boys, and Nexus. That should have been expected. Yes, they should have only lose 1 player core-wise because that second knock will be revived. But to me, Xtreme Slayers could have played that rotation a lot better.
True. Super young roster, they have actually went right on the middle of XQs, and they have one player separated. One thing that I want to point out regarding the rotations, Pubg actually made a huge rotation all the way on the southern side.
Oh, wow.
Holding a very northern place, and now they are right on the south edge of the circle. So they went all the way from the eastern edge towards the south, and now LMV is coming towards them, but still a good rotation, I would say. They will try to find some cover, and now we can actually see it on the pictures as well. They will find a drop box as well. Team Doom is controlling the next warehouses, so if the circle's gonna leave from this area, then of course they need to find a way. But Safi at the same time, on the same building still as the Excuse Me, but Sick is gonna be found and will be knocked.
Good start for Excuse Me. I did like the wraparound from Super Young roster, but they're too separated. Safi gets knocked, he's in on his own. Super Young roster, if you're going to look to try to play around a team that has all 4 players in the building, you've really got to pull something closer and bigger out of the bag. Alush gets knocked despite Kossi on his knees. This is still a very easy win for the members of Excuse Me. Ali isn't making it any easier though, as he does get a knock onto Mango. Bit of a misstep from Mango as the first aid is being pulled out. He's allowed himself to disengage away. Time is ticking, looks for the shots on the Kossi, finds a shot on the Kossi, and Molly from Prada tries to reposition Ali, but in the end it's just too much to bear. He pulled out a fantastic effort, but Excuse Me, come out on top.
It was definitely a great opening. I think for a while there was a chance that he could make it all the way to 1 versus 1, but I think, Excuse Me, they managed to revive one player, and then they got the second player into the play when, well, only Ali was remaining. But anyway, that situation is done and dusted. Super young rosters, they are gone. Excuse Me will get those kills. Circle has been shifting, and we can see LMV and Pubg, they will have to go straight towards Team Doom, as meanwhile on the northern side, TSC is going to be trying to find an opening. And Jasmine, will they actually rotate out of the way when TSC is going to be coming from the northern side? That's the question. And if they will start the rotation, Nexus is holding those 2 5-story buildings right on the edge of Los Leones, so they could actually find some kills from the distance, definitely towards TSC and Jasmak, if something's going to start happening here.
This circle is like yin and yang. You have the craziness of the city and the calmness of the flat terrain outside, and a couple of warehouses around them. LMV, Team Doom, the 2 German representatives, actually 3 German representatives are big as well into the mix, all in that one area of the circle. Unicorns of Love can third party this. You can see Rokus making his way closer to this area, driving, maybe not too aware that he's walking into a massive ongoing fire, as LMV did lose Hidana at the hands of Eastern Stars, are still trying to be proactive. But that's a lovely nade being thrown out by Unreal. That should connect. A knock on the perks. Bob's your uncle. That's a kill.
Nice spray. I mean, great initial damage, and when the guy just came out of the door, inside of the door, and just finished up the job, we can see Conqueror getting the damages as well. Kalix's gonna be knocked down. Romania was getting the damages as well. So, battle on the south. This is huge. I mean, Unicorns of Love, they're just building something around it. So maybe we'll see that aggressive move coming from them, because they're definitely trying to take advantage of the situation. 3-4 teams fighting right in front of them. So I think they're just thinking that, yeah, there might be points for us as well.
Like 5 out of the 15 remaining teams are all kind of on that south edge of the circle. It's pretty crazy. Talon gets knocked, so Lou is left on his own, and he's inside that kind of, you know, that dumper container, so he hopefully be out of sight, out of mind. As Doom taking advantage of the roof side position and knocking the Beast. Big move forward. Swave is going to have to stay closer towards the edge of the hill, but I think he's been a bit distracted by Unicorns of Love, and that's going to be another knock by Frostion to Beast onto Swave. Mihi moves around. Time's going for the revive on the Swave to try and keep them up as a trio, but look at this. They've been double teamed by Doom and Conqueror.
There's so many teams waiting on the edge. It's going to be very hard to get inside. Conqueror having one player quite far away as well. Pubg is going to try to do something about it. There we go. The spray will come. And 2 players from Team Doom will fall down on the spray of Times. That's a great opening, at least.
Unreal should be able to move out of the building to get the revive. As smoke was pulled out. Frosty still holding onto the roof side. Mini 14 shots on the Rokus. 1-2 picks up that knock. And just like that, it was a double nade knock, by the way, from Rokus, so he was able to pull that pin and chuck that bad boy grenade to at least give some kind of opening for Unicorns Love, because that circle is shifted once again to the east. Conqueror out of this game, and we're looking at a Los Leones finish.
There's so many teams that actually decided to stay inside of Los Leones and didn't get out of it. They're going to be so happy with the circle. Eastern Stars, 4 Romanian Boys, they are sitting in a very good places currently. Xtreme Slayers, they have a great compound, but that's in a completely different level. It's more down, and there's a huge hill towards the city.
Oh, Louis, outside the circle, why would you take those shots? Oh no, I get you want to be opportunistic, but you were out of sight, out of mind, and now they know exactly where you are. Okay, Team Doom do have to think about Unicorns a lot, but in my eyes, you're in a warehouse. They aren't getting pushed on the other side, so they can focus on the last player of LMV, Chazmak and Xtreme Slayers, fighting inside this circle. Trazen looks to try and pick up one, but it doesn't work out. All of Xtreme Slayers just extremely push onto Chazmak.
They will just come and wipe down the players out of their way, and they don't actually have even any casualties even. I mean, they're keeping all the players up and running. They have lost holes earlier, but still all the guys who actually entered that building, they will walk out of it as well. But a lot of pressure will be coming on that compound, as I said. Chazmak might be coming there. TSC, Vodafone Giants, they will have to battle on the western side as well, because TSC, they're currently outside, and Vodafone Giants actually currently just holding them on that area. Team Doom has moved to a compound. They're completely fine, and the last solo player from LMV has moved there on the southern side to a quite safe place actually, so he might be surviving there.
TSC, Vodafone Giants. The Giants are gatekeeping TSC, and it's just 2 players left. UK representatives. Full squad for Giants is very good in their run to really secure their spot in the PMPL finals. Pubg gets knocked. Tam goes down swiftly after, and that is going to be 2 kills and another team wiped out.
Yeah, but Vodafone Giants, they will nicely hold TSC. I mean, they were the biggest threat that was trying to find a place on the circle. We saw them trying to push Chazmak on the northern side earlier, and when they tried to enter the circle, but they decided to go on the western side, and the circle will be shifting towards the northern side for Romanian Boys. Eastern Stars, they have a place. Unicorns Love got to be taken down at the same time, and all the teams from the south, they will have to find some kind of an entry. And Eastern Stars, with having Fury and Octavian more towards the south, they actually have a good chance to pick up more kills.
We could be looking at a bit of a repeat of the end of the last game with 4 Romanian Boys and Eastern Stars as the final 2. We could even see a back-to-back chicken dinner, and maybe Eastern Stars might not throw this win away as much as they did last round, I tell you that much, but they do still have to contend with the few teams around them. Xtreme Slayers on that western edge. You have Game Lord and Nexus still going strong on the north, but both of those teams are not inside the circle.
And for Romanian Boys, they have the foreman stack. They haven't lost anybody. They lost 2, but now they have a foreman stack sitting on the middle, so definitely they have a huge chance. Meanwhile, Team Frosty and Vodafone Giants, Doom, they are battling with the weak. You can see Vodafone Giants getting enough towards Frosty. He's going to fall down, and there's going to be more troops coming to see. Zero's going to fall down as well, and Team Doom, they are in trouble.
They're in trouble. Just 1 player left up. Unreal as the Giants lay down the law, and they are staking their claim inside this Miramar round. Unreal's across the road, and I can't see him pulling out anything massive, but maybe. No, he gets spotted. Ulysses, he's too aware of that. He has his wits about him. That's another squad wiped at the hands of Giants.
Yeah, I mean, great job from them. Team Doom take it down. The pressure's going to move more towards the northern side, and of course, players actually fighting those last kills, and that's going to be Vodafone Giants. Before they can revive the players, the final kill will come from the Xtreme Slayers.
What goes around comes around. A great fight for Vodafone Giants, but holding on to the edge of the circle proved to be the bearer of their end game in the 23-minute mark of this game. 7 teams left, 16 players.
Yeah, it's well, we'll see how the almost all the teams they are inside. SKP having 1 player outside. Basically, he could try to enter the circle somewhere on the eastern side, maybe go proning. We're quite far away on the south, but that's always a risky business, especially when you have Eastern Stars holding a building with the higher angle, so they can easily spot down the crawling players. Chazmak, actually the only player that is remaining, he's in a very difficult spot. He's holding well, he's right next to the cliff there, and he cannot actually climb up there, so he has to hold the western side, and if he wants to get up there, then he needs to face a lot of players.
I'm wondering if it's a wise idea for Romanian Boys to have so many players on top of the roof. They initially have two. Sarah does catch a Dewey, but in the turnaround play, yeah, that's going to be one of the players of Romanian Boys being picked up by Rana. Sarah finishes him off and reaps down that revenge on the red building, going into favor of Romanian Boys. Spicy still alive for Game Lord. He has a couple of players around him, but he is hugging the edge of the building. Eastern Star is ready to pick up the pieces of the battles around him.
And the circle is actually hard shifting towards the western side. So a lot of these buildings, they are outside of the zone. The nade is going to be perfect. And that's going to be a victory taken down by Romanian Boys.
Oh, Exo Machine? Exo Machine? Why would you do that on your own? Throwing away this win nearly as hard as Eastern Stars threw it away in the previous round. You can't let that happen. And now Redox, Bod, and Sarah, the last two players up. I can't see Game Lord surviving for much longer, but losing a second player hurts their endgame so much more.
Yeah, I think Eastern Stars, they have a great place currently. They can just hold when this battle, the next compound is going to be taken down. This spray is going to be coming from Romanian Boys, and that's going to be Game Lord losing Spicy as well, and the whole team will be taken down. So, yes, Romanian Boys will win this fight, but can they actually match the firepower of the Eastern Stars? Because they are inside, and Romanian Boys, they will still have to slightly move.
Kapahala swinging around looking for the kill, and last player of SKP finished what they started, and Orlando takes himself out. I don't know what happened exactly. I think he might have blown up a vehicle beside him and his life was lost. But Xtreme Slayers with that shift on the west, they have the low ground, they have the protection. We're down to our final four. It could be an Xtreme Slayers chicken dinner. Kapahala is being put under a tiny bit of pressure from Romanian Boys, but doesn't get knocked down.
Yeah, I mean, the Xtreme Slayers, they're building right now. They know that there's going to be one team coming down from that hill, and they want to be ready for it. So they're definitely building. So whoever's going to be winning the fight on the higher floor will just come down straight towards Xtreme Slayers, and then it's going to be battle between them.
Still, one player of Chazmak alive, 0 kills, so third place would grant him 10 points if he was to survive, but that is certainly going to be easier said than done. Copter, Xtreme Slayers, they're looking to build a fort in the end circles of this game. It does shift to the northwest. There's a potential entry point from Romanian Boys, but Xtreme Slayers, this win, despite them being in a circle, is not guaranteed.
True. And the one player from Chasmak, he's still holding the lower ground as well. He's just very far away in the north, just behind the corner. I don't think that the Xtreme Slayers know about him, so he might be doing some tricks and surprising Xtreme Slayers. He has the chance for it. He doesn't have to have the battle with the Eastern Stars or Romanian Boys. He has a slight advantage. Might be just getting third or even second place.
Nice couple of nades by Xtreme Slayers to try and get a cheeky knock onto Kapahala. Top of the cliffside. Nade being thrown up by Octavian, that connects onto Sarah. He was in a tiny dip and all it took was one, and Octavian, the golden god of Eastern Star, sends it in, and now Eastern Star have found their entry point. Romanian Boys are out, so are Chazmak, and we come to our final two. A knock from the top of the hill. Eastern Stars, they're not going to waste any more time in this one. They are not going to lose this opportunity of the chicken dinner. Throw it away like the last round. They have the 3 players up. It's Pappy left on his own. And now Eastern Stars, they know that this game is theirs. A cheeky Kapahala nade. Will that connect? It goes a tiny bit too far, but Octavian jumps down. They make it count. Kapahala follows suit, and it's an Eastern Stars chicken dinner. Teobesk, my friends.
Yeah, they will get their revenge. I mean, probably the last game they were not happy how it actually ended up, and now they will get that sweet chicken dinner. I mean, great ending from them, holding the 3-man stack alive. Of course, the battles always on the apartments, on the buildings, they're complicated because it's so hard to know what's going to happen, how many teams actually will be on that building. Is it going to be 2 teams, 1 team? Because you don't have the information. There's so many obstacles in the way, but they will just hold the places. They played it very smartly. They were a little bit lucky with the circle when it shifted towards the southern side, because that's when the 4 Romanian boys, for example, needed to make their move, and which of course in the end was favoring Eastern Stars. But still, I mean, they played it well. They got the kills, they got the chicken dinner, and I mean, Xtreme Slayers, they had a chance to even beat down the Eastern Stars, because at some point they would have needed to move away from that area. But those initial knocks coming from the Eastern Stars all the way towards the fields on the smokes, that kind of sealed the deal already, that they just showed that, yeah, we are here and you're not going to take us down.
It was just that pop response from Eastern Stars. It blows my mind, and it is really what makes them such a good team, not only in this PMPL, but I genuinely want to believe across the world. Is they stay a tiny bit quiet, they're a little bit proactive, but the second they get that opening, boom, that's it. They respond. Like that knock on the Sarah from Octavian, they instantly reacted on that, and they didn't slow down, they didn't stop. They got down 4 Romanian boys with the help of Xtreme Slayers, but they instantly looked at Xtreme Slayers. They knew where they were, and they gave absolutely no chance for Xtreme Slayers to respond.
Yep, that is true. I mean, they only forced Pubg to play right next to the ridge, or right next to the hill. And, well, I mean, he was so much pinched down. They tried to find him the nades, and in the end, they just jumped down from the cliff and just did spray with the SMGs from the air almost. And that was a nice finish, I gotta say. Also, I mean, when the circle comes around the Los Leones, there's a very high chance that it can also go outside of the city. So, you know, going on those apartment buildings, I'm not gonna call it gamble, but it's definitely something similar when you take a position there, and then you're just gonna hope that the circle's gonna be favoring you, because sometimes if you have to leave on that western side away from the apartment buildings, it is sometimes very complicated, especially on the end game. So I'm quite sure that the Eastern Stars, they just hold the place for a long time, as we saw. They were betting on that place, and in the end they won on the gamble that the location was actually favorable for the end circle. And Xtreme Slayers, they moved all the time. We saw them coming all the way from the western side, moving all the time, and they built the situation nicely. What I was expecting, maybe, of course that is subject for debate, but still I think that they could have been a little bit more aggressive on the end, leaving just, you know, waiting the fight to happen and waiting when the players will be getting down from that hill. I think that was the problem, because the Eastern Stars, they didn't have any pressure. There was no pressure on the upside anymore at that point, so they had all the time they need to build the whole situation, scout the information, and plan the attack.
I definitely see where we're coming from, but I think there was elements of proactivity when they chucked a couple of nades in the direction of Capahal on top of the hill, but they couldn't really get on top of the hill, so they were to an extent relying on the teams pushing down to them, or at least them being able to catch out the teams that push down. So I do see where we're coming from, but I really think Xtreme Slayers made the best of the situation, and especially with me criticizing their, I think it was phase 2 or phase 3 rotation, and where they lost a player, they still turned it into a second place, and a team that yesterday looked to be more aggressive, and today turning that little bit of a aggression into that late game scenario. It was a good second place for Xtreme Slayers.
Yeah, it was a great game. I'm not going to say that it was a great game.
Yeah.
Definitely a great job. And also they managed to find that one solo from Jasmax.
Exactly.
So there was no surprises coming from that angle. So they made a good job, sweeping down at least their own floor. And then, just waiting what's going to be coming from the second one. But definitely a great job. And of course, I mean, they got kills. They got the second place. They got the points anyway. So they can be definitely happy with the result as well.
Eastern Stars, they don't stop stopping. And can they be stopped as they fight with Unicorns Love in the race for PMGC? The game 2 is over. Let's go for a break, and then Jason, Maxon, and Colaris will go through it all.
Yes. All right. 4 left to go, and Jason's right. All right. Perfect. Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe Season 2. As we've had Eastern Stars take home a chicken dinner, $1,000. Maybe they use that money to buy, guess what? A OnePlus 9, a OnePlus 9 Pro. It's 120 hertz refresh rate. You can see they were tracking all their enemies around the field, able to take them down. Of course, get themselves another chicken dinner to maybe buy me one of those amazing phones. Let's take a look at the match ranking and get an idea of how many points that they did get. But funny enough, I feel like most of the analysts here, by most I mean all of us, I don't know why I'm saying us because I'm not an analyst, think that 4 Romanian boys probably should have had that victory.
I mean, maybe not a win because the Circle at the end did start moving away, but they could have easily made it into the late game as a 4-man team instead of losing. They lost Fragger, they lost also Doran at some point because he's trying to jump from building to building. They tried to take a fight towards Game Lord, which, and we talked about it, right, James, did not make sense. You knew Game Lord as a fact were going to be forced to come your way. You could pick up the kills like it was taking a lollipop from a child. It was supposed to be so easy, and yet they tried to force the fight, lose 2 players, and then the fight versus Eastern Stars goes completely wrong. It could have been a potential top 2, even a potential win for 4 Romanian boys here.
So as a pre-framing to this, they're actually very good in this area. We've seen them in multiple Miramar games actually like take up residency in Los Leones, even early on in circles, anticipating maybe a Los Leones end. We kind of have that here. They take a position on the very tall building where technically, I said it whilst backstage whilst we were talking about it, technically at the top of that building, they're invincible because they have the highest point in that circle entirely. So I think them eventually killing Game Lord is a foregone conclusion, regardless of if they cross over to the smaller building or not, because Game Lord has to move into kind of their lines of sight and stuff like that. But losing 2 because of it, I don't think that should have been the occurrence here for them.
I mean, they lost 2, but it's not like they got in a fight and then like lost the battle. They jumped down. Doran jumped on top of Nexus to confirm a kill or 2.
Too keen.
Yeah, too keen, exactly. He dies for it. I mean, I think they eventually clean up the kills anyways, but, you know, I guess for them, it's not a big deal to lose out on points, but if they lost out on the potential of getting a chicken dinner, that's $1,000 just because you want to jump off the building, potentially.
Let's frame that again. Like, if you think about, I know we're looking at all these numbers, but this conversation is too interesting to not have. Like, you have your 4 Romanian boys, you take out Game Lord, you have 4 alive. How does that fight play out up on the high ground when the circle moves away from you, right? You've got 4 against an Eastern Stars that has 3 potentially during that those last moments max. I think 4 Romanian boys could win this situation out, given if the Game Lord fight goes a little bit differently.
Yeah, what they needed was just raw firepower to win that fight versus Eastern Stars. The moment you take control of the top side of the cliff, what are the teams below going to do? Chasmac Gaming going to do nothing. Xtreme Slayers, they're going to do nothing. If Eastern Stars started losing and sent players down below, they could also do nothing. The position to win that game was the high spot of that cliff, and the fact that they did not have the numbers to take that fight towards Eastern Stars is at the end what caused their demise, I would say. There was no way out of that one. So you can see by the damage, of course, they had a really strong position, so the damage made sense, but at the end, I think that there was an overcommitment to that fight with Game Lord / Nexus to, at the end, split them a little bit too much and did cause them to lose 2 players. Here you needed a 4-man team to make it work at the end, so that was a little... It was a small mistake, but we saw at the end, Redox actually jumped down onto Chasmac, got an extra kill, and secured a top 3. That one small move of Redox got a lot of extra points, so big props to him.
That's probably why he's #1 player. 969 damage, only 3 kills, but 26 minutes and 40 seconds survival time was that's pretty damn ridiculous. That's actually probably one of the highest survival times I've ever seen.
It's important to frame that as well, that, well, I've said that 3 times this segment, is that the reason we're being hypercritical right now is because what we're seeing from 4 Romanian boys, especially in these last 2 games, has been great. It's been really good. Just kind of these small nitpicky moments deny you from, you know, maybe getting that next chicken dinner down the line here when you are playing such a good game in these positions. But, I mean, that's what we're here for, Jason. We've got to nitpick.
Well, you know what makes me sad is that could have been Eastern Stars on 7 chicken dinners, actually, if they took the first one as well.
Yeah.
Like, that would get me one step closer to maybe being right with my 10, which is looking very difficult to happen. Why don't we jump in, though, to Eastern Stars? We've been talking about them, and just look at their averages today. We saw Unicorns of Love over the course of the Super Weekend. I think that was about 1,400 damage and 7 kills. We used to Stars at 1,600 damage and 8 kills just for today. Obviously, Unicorns of Love was over the course of the entire Super Weekend so far.
Man, yeah, but that's average survival time, of course. That comes off the back of them making it into top 2 games in a row. So no surprise we've seen such a high survival time. We could expect that to maybe go a little bit lower, unless they're aiming to make Jason's dream come true, which is the 10 chicken dinners. We'll see, but they are definitely on track to potentially making that happen, but they need still a few wins to close off today and tomorrow. But I've especially loved today when we're looking at these games. I love how proactive Kapahala seemed to be. He is the one actually leading the charge forward. It's not always the case. Sometimes it's Tavian, sometimes it's Athis, but Kapahala, in terms of late game rotation, was always the one on the forefront for the team. And I think that it worked out good. I mean, making it 2 games back-to-back into the top 3 like that, and you have Kapahala always being the one leading the charge. I think he's really, really standing out today.
Yeah, I don't have too much to add other than Eastern Stars, all of their players sleep in perfectly symmetrical rooms with the bed perfectly in the center. And do they roll out of the right side of the bed or the wrong side of the bed? And today they rolled out of the right side of the bed. Look what they're doing. Great stuff.
Max, do you understand where he's going with this? I got really confused there.
I don't have a bed, so I don't know what he's talking about. I just sleep on the floor. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. Yeah.
All right, moving on past that, Romanian Boys and Eastern Stars are the stats in the last match. Maybe we can somehow all donate and come together, put up a GoFundMe for Max to get a bed. But we can compare the stats from the last match, and we're seeing, like, obviously, we looked at the damage difference, the heal difference, the kills as well. We're interested to see, like, the difference in points, you know, accumulated from the different positions the teams had.
Yeah, I like this graphic, I want to say. We haven't seen this one yet. I actually really like the head-to-head potential between these 2 teams. But yeah, it's always interesting when you're looking at these 2 teams. For Romanian Boys, we want to see a little bit more of this team. They're really standing out today, as you said, right, Kalaris? They are doing amazing in these first 2 games. Of course, we're hoping to see that potentially continue in the last 3 games and even tomorrow, if possible. But for Romanian Boys are coming into a position where I would say, if they play like this, heading into the finals, EMEA regional championship position is definitely a possibility for them. We saw a lot of middling teams that have really high highs and some very low lows, and I think for Romanian Boys, if they play on their A game, could be one of the few teams to go to EMEA regional championship, so we've got to keep a close tracking on them.
I feel like they're actually similar to Game Lord, right? We've been criticizing Game Lord as, you know, really showing up in week 1, then they fell off in week 2, now they're a little bit back in week 3. I think for me, Romanian Boys have done the same thing. They were really nice in week 1, but then week 2, we just didn't see them a single time, I feel like. Obviously, they had one chicken dinner, but, you know. Anyways, moving past that, predictions really quickly of who you think has the most damage, which team, I should say, across our super weekends. We're taking a look at a second, our top 10.
All super weekends and in teams. Team super weekend. I want to go with Eastern Stars, potentially, because knowing that you also have a super weekend that Unicorns of Love did not play, I would say Eastern Stars, potentially.
It's Eastern Stars or Game Lord, so I'll go Game Lord.
Okay. Game Lord for James, Eastern Stars for Max. You know how that's going to work out.
Hey.
Of course.
Of course. Kills, though. That's interesting.
Yeah. Okay. We're close.
You think for the law of averages, Max, you would get one thing right eventually, but you just...
I know, right?
Disproven this theory.
Yeah, I think it's like, I was going to try and use a math theory, but actually I'm not going to do that because I could not explain it potentially. But yeah, the odds are not against me, big time.
I'm going to use my extra 10 years on this planet as an advantage over you. That's what I'm going to experience, you know?
I think I have to correct myself because I can feel John just like ready to go at me about saying, well, Jason, you can't disprove the law of averages because it's not a theory, it's a law. Or not.
He'll go on a rant, don't do it.
He wants me to use the correct terminology. So anyways, let's get rid of you two. Let's bring in our commentators because the next round is about to kick off. It's going to be round 3 of the day as we head back over to Erangel. And we're bringing in John, Allen, and Blank. And my question to you guys, I'll start off with you, Blank, as I head out of here is, what is your favorite type of egg?
Well, looking at the game ahead of us, going straight into the map, you know, I'm really feeling like that this could be a good, strong map. I think it's going to be an exciting one, to say the least. I think I'm ready to watch what happens. To be fair, the guys on their desk, they've looked at some of the averages, you know, looked at the total damages. Great to see, really. No really impertinent questions were brought forward, and overall, great desk segment. So we're going to keep it like that and take a look at this game, John.
Yeah, we're going to egg them on to start and see if we can get things kicked off for the second day of the final Super Weekend. Well, I mean, it's already kicked off. I mean, kicked off for us, I mean, for the Erangel map. I mean, some great performances, as we said, from Romanian Boys over the last couple of games. And I mean, that 1v3 to close things out was pretty spectacular in that first game. I mean, that's definitely going to be going on the highlight reels all over YouTube and stuff. So pretty excited to see what more they can do today.
Yeah, as am I. I'm very, very excited indeed. See what occurs, what's happening. I mean, for me, like these games going ahead of us, we're kind of set in stone now, right, John? Like, nothing too much is going to change drastically, especially with SKP being down towards the bottom, not having some great games. The Vodafone Giants and Nexus continue to put up some big numbers. So it's one of those games, John, where I feel like Super Weekend, it's done and dusted. I think the majority of our finalists have been confirmed, barring some miracle, which personally I doubt to happen.
Yeah, it seems to be, and given if we assume that to be true, you know, if we don't think that SKP can get back up and catch up to the teams now ahead of them, which, as you say, is very unlikely now. What's interesting to me is that there's a couple of teams that aren't going to be. Well, there's one team that isn't in this lobby that could change things up actually quite dramatically. You've got Exquisite Decode UK coming through in this team as currently in the 5th position, right, in the overall standings on the Super Weekends, isn't playing in these lobbies. This is the final chance to really find your position, find your placing in these Super Weekends. And the fact that they're not here as what is quite a strong team, obviously they didn't qualify this time, so maybe some questions there. But they're a team that drops in Pubg, you know, they're a team that drops around one of the stronger teams in the lobby, around Eastern Stars, on that side of things, and they're not a team that you can ignore. So the fact that they're not here means that observations that you make during this Super Weekend will probably be changing, especially in the areas that Exquisite Decode UK drop.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited for a lot of these things. I think for TSC, it is difficult though, because, you know, this area does become tough. I think Eastern Stars are very comfortable with the position they're currently playing in, John. As you've mentioned, like, they're playing against teams who know this area like the back of their hand now. Chasmac Gaming down here in towards Shelter, they play this all the time. They're very good at getting towards the end of the game. I think for Vodafone Giants, this is another team that I expect to do well purely off their positioning. You know, taking up a Chinky is great news for them. It puts them in a solid position going forward. And, you know, their rotations will be fairly clean because of it. There has been a lot of early fighting, though, and I think that's purely because a lot of these teams realize that they can probably get some good positions within the map or just bump themselves up in the rankings just for some aggression, because they're no longer at danger at not making it towards the finals.
A little bit of a scrap for Rosok right now. Xtreme Slayers and Excuse Me. Mitchie trying to hold around the corner, getting suppressed there, moves around, a nice Molotov and back into the line of fire of a teammate behind the wall, trying to bait him in. Going for the old bait and switch, but unfortunately it's not going to work out just as you expect. Unfortunately, though, goes both ways. Is Bardo going down pretty low. Mitchie low himself and does get knocked with a nice push from Hull. So 1 for 1. Kosti gets spotted out as well. Muzi with a lovely off angle there. Mango not quite able to suppress that one, but 2 knocks over towards Extreme. Sorry, only the 1. The nameplate's pretty similar color there, but that is the flush coming through. Xtreme Slayers take the, player down the forward position. And Mango goes up for a bold wide swing here. Drops out of the buggy. Muzi trying to hold the angle. Mango doesn't want any of it. Moves back behind the headland and keeps behind it.
Yeah, it seems a little bit odd to me. It's like the quickest dip in the history of dips there. Mango will escape with his life just about intact. 2 players remaining now for Excuse Me. But Xtreme Slayers, they come out not looking rosy. Looking rosy in the sense that, you know, they're covered in red and they will have to heal a lot of that up. But at the moment, Xtreme Slayers happy with this. They take massive control over Rozok for the time being, which will help them, because, you know, taking up the upper northwest side of the map where the circle has dropped will be useful for them, controlling all of the bridges around this area. Unicorns of Love, it's a good start for them. You know, no rotating required. We're already in the circle. Things are fine. I think the majority of their issues will come in the form of super young roster, who seem to be the big thorn in their side at the moment, though they have been looking almost casual with their murderous intent recently, just wandering around the map, picking up so many kills that way.
Hopefully they'll be able to continue that, get those points on board. Always good news. Obviously with Unicorns of Love only having been in 1 Super Weekend, they're not really going to be vying for the top spots here. But points in general, going to be a very good idea to be able to get them here, especially if you're Unicorns of Love, to keep yourself in the question when it comes to the PMGC points, right? Like, and that's kind of a big factor for what Unicorns of Love are here to do. They want to get as many points as possible. And even if you're going down in 5th, if you're getting 10 kills, that's great. You know, that's great news.
Yeah, I think for Unicorns of Love, it's all about right now putting up points, putting up more points, and just ensuring they get towards that end game, which currently they are doing fairly well. I mean, Miramar didn't go amazingly for them, but Unicorns of Love had never really stood out to me on Miramar anyway. It's Erangel as well as Sanhok, where they typically are able to get some big points in. I think for another team, though, Game Lord, who is towards the top of the standings as well, an interesting team, yeah. I think they've been having some good plays recently. They've had a return to form, but there's still some mistakes in there now. I got the chance, it was a really nice chance actually, to chat with Narvalo yesterday before I headed to bed, because I'd come back from a very rigorous training session, but we will talk about that as soon as Xtreme Slayers finish their fight with Nexus.
All right, we'll catch up on the pillow talk later, Blank, before you go to bed. But it's Nexus rushing on in, as you say, to the garage. Trying to push in on the ground floor. Xtreme Slayers, they've got a player up top, Muzi as well, going down low. It seems like the Xtreme Slayers can't catch a break. Nexus do not want to let them take a rest at all. Nades up top as well to try and push them down those stairs. Muzi goes down, and the advancing members of Nexus Gaming start to move forwards, go up the stairs. 2 players leading the charge there. Both going to go try and go up top there. Good, Molly, you're right. That's to try and suppress the players. Creator actually goes down to the to that Molotov as well. Bardo holding his own on the top floor there. Rezes looking to come on through, and Rana goes down as well. The rest of the Xtreme Slayers are here for revenge. Do looks to hold off the stairs, gets one, but goes down himself. The res did go through, and now there's one player for Nexus Gaming up top, and that's another knock. Creator able to get yet another, and Pappy now stuck on the stairs with 2 players on the stairs for Xtreme Slayers, and Bam comes in for the rescue. Pappy moves out on the top, tries to look for Creator around the side, but can't quite find it.
I think there was a jump out from one of the players from Xtreme Slayers. No, upstairs. Creator takes down Rana. Very unfortunate. Pappy drops down, as does Hall. So there's a 2-sided approach here. The prongs are in full effect.
Creator goes out wide, and it's not going to happen for the team. Pappy able to get it done, but Xtreme Slayers, you can see how annoyed they are at losing 2 of their players.
I mean, Bardo, though, it could have been so much worse if Bardo hadn't had hit that insane molly, setting ablaze the players from the boys from Nexus. So really, really well played to Bardo there. If not for him, that fight could have gone very poorly on the side of Xtreme Slayers. They could even be out right now. Anyway, coming back to the pillar talk with Narvalo. Great guy, very interesting. Talking to him seems like a very intelligent player, obviously towards the top of the standings with a ridiculous amount of kills and damage. In fact, he is the top of the standings. But he was mentioning, you know, they're making mistakes, and I think I respected this a lot from this player, because he was kept talking about like they've understood their mistakes, and it's kind of unacceptable for them. They keep making these mistakes. He said that, you know, there are a few issues when it comes to communication at the moment that they are actively working on, which I really like that he was able to talk about this with me, because he seemed very open about it all. So it seems that they're trying to get better. And I said to him that, you know, this all comes with time, and that's fine, because Game Lord, they've got Narvalo, Victor, Akashi, as well as Robs. Like, it's a team that's come together in this moment, and they're trying to make things work. And I think for this tournament, their current ability is amazing.
Uh-oh, 4 Romanian Boys pogging off today, and they are going to take a kill over towards Unicorns of Love. Unfortunate news for Unicorns. They still got 3. I was just taking a look at Game Lord's roster right now, and unfortunately they're not fielding Narvalo this game. They got Spicy in instead.
Yeah, it's break time for Narvalo. It's off to the
break
water
time.
park.
Exactly.
Yeah, but it's always nice to chat with that guy. I mean, he'd meant that their team seems like they've got their head on straight, and I think that they realize that some of their most difficult things were the fact that, you know, their zone 5 and 6 are very tough for them, as they're not quite able to make it into the circle. I mentioned perhaps playing center a little bit earlier to them, but I think that they know what they need to do far better than I do. So I said I'd be watching closely today to see what happens. And so far they've made it fairly central at the moment. They're still struggling towards that back end of things, but from what I've seen so far, it feels a little bit more decisive. So again, actively working on things, and that's all you can ask from a team. So very, very proud for the guys of Game Lord so far.
They're going to be striking out towards the center of this pretty heavy northern shift here, Blank. I mean, the good news is that we're not going to have one of those river split circles that we know and hate so much. And it looks like it's just going to be a lot of water on the northern side. So coastal positions potentially pretty valuable right now, especially for teams like Big.
Yeah, I think the coastal side is very strong. I think for TSC, you know, it's not a cop-out to play this coastal side. It's just a case that, like, you can't really see over the ridgeline that comes up towards the top of the beach. So you're leaving a lot to chance here, and you're expecting to see someone on the other side of this beach, in which case they're coming directly towards the guys from Big. Now, Big would love to remove that team, right? Because if they can clear their north side, you know, pushing down from the south becomes so much easier. They're not likely going to have to move anytime soon. So for Big to take this fight would be extremely strong, and getting rid of them now would place them in a better position to take the fights later. But Xtreme Slayers are pushing up their position as well. So, you know, things for Big could start to get a little bit odd, a little bit weird.
Interesting cliff position there. I mean, Buho's really, like, just completely covered off. No one's getting to him unless they go for a wide swing. But Big have made the move. They want to head out to the eastern side of this. I mean, Xtreme Slayers with their duo have moved on up as well. They have to be worried about that angle. These rotations come through. Big push down further south inland.
Yeah, I think when you're playing as Big in this situation and you hear the cards from Xtreme Slayers coming in your way, like, the ideal play here would be to move south, because if you know there's two teams behind you, more than likely they're going to fight out anyway, and you can take time to find a better position without TSC like being on the tail immediately. So Big make a very quick push. They do get taken down by Conqueror, so at least one player is knocked now, which is slightly frustrating for Big. They should be able to get him back up again, but at least they know the general direction of the foes that are lying in wait.
I've gone down. Yeah, the knock's there, Resable, but have they got themselves into a good spot here? I mean, they've left what was a fairly secure sort of top 6 position, and then they've moved into the center where they're probably a little bit more under threat. But still, if they can hold it out, fantastic news. And it looks like they are going to reposition just a little bit, get those outposts, but it could be unfortunate if Mickey runs on in Xtreme Slayers. Oh, sorry, excuse me. Oh no, this could be disaster. This could be disaster for Mickey. Oh, he gets out, but excuse me. They're like, there's a UAS here now.
Yeah, it's one of those plays where it's a little bit dangerous because you get shot when you go down there, but you do block off the entrance by doing that and also secure your vehicle. So now it's going to be quite difficult for excuse me to get up there without them like being able to be peppered from either side. Like, it's less easy to peek out. I think excuse me is happy to stay down here. The question is whether Miki actually knows whether there's a team in this location, and this is the shift I was talking about. Like, it's very unlikely they was going to move away from bit where Big were originally posted up. So TSC again happy with this one. It's one of those plays that, like, you have to wait and see a bit back, because I think for Big, if they remained in that location, more than likely they were going to take a fight fairly soon. With this, at least they buy themselves a little bit of time.
Seems like Big are now going to be the East Guard, stopping in those teams further out from getting on in. You can see Eastern Stars there, looking for an entry point. You've got Chazmac Gaming behind them. Team Doom as well, moving on the north side. The hillside that Big have, I mean, it's good. It seems to be the main sort of focal point of what we're looking at here. Certainly on the eastern edge. But there's teams on the southwest as well that might struggle a little bit to move forwards. For Romanian Boys, getting in the position that they have early is pretty effective here in the shooting range hills.
Yeah, I think for Romanian Boys on this side of the map, it's not so bad. Like, you get a ridgeline to play alongside with. You might have to deal with super young roster at some point, as this ridgeline is quite important as a feature around this circle. I do think that these teams on the eastern side are going to struggle a little bit, because there's quite a bit of terrain that you have to cross. And unless you've already made that jump like TSC have early on in the game towards the actual cliff side, you know, it's a little bit difficult. Team Doom are first in line to make the move, but now Chazmac, Game Lord, Big, they're all behind them, so a little bit of a difficult scenario ahead of them. Game Lord start to move up towards Big's position. More than likely should take some fights though.
Big actually taking a couple of shots over towards Unreal, getting that flush as well. Game Lord seems to be getting through there. A little bit closer towards the middle. SKP, they've obviously moved in from the western side and managed to get into a little shack here under the purview. The team up the hill, Conqueror, they've managed to find themselves a little foxhole to play from.
Not a bad spot. Akashi will have to quickly drop, hit the deck. Unicorns Love currently still trying to make their way into the circle. You know, they're right on that western edge, taking shots towards LMV, who is just a bit forward. Pocus will finish off Hidan. though. You know, LMV looking worse for wear here with Vodafone Giants also playing cliffside, but they're off towards the west instead. So there's a lot of areas where you can play in this situation, but I think LMV's been caught in probably the worst position here, which is like in between many different teams, crossing like quite an open area.
PK first gets a little bit of a rundown there. Unicorns of Love with obviously Fresh going down a little bit earlier to the fight. Well, not really a fight, to the scrap that they had with 4 Romanian Boys. They're still at 3 and they're still going. They've got themselves a wedge on the western side to try and be slicing on with, but a lot of teams in their way. This next shift, I think, is going to really dictate the pace of a lot of this match.
Yeah, exactly, and it's difficult again. We get that western shift, which means Big's plan is kind of put on the back burner for the time being, because now they're going to have to move across from the eastern side. Game Lord slightly closer as they edge their way in towards this circle, so they can make their way through. They've got to worry about Conquerors, who, like you said, have a foxhole to play from, and it's quite a good foxhole because they can get away whenever they want to. That little ditch is going to give them a slight amount of cover, and it's going to be hard to approach that position. Great play from Eastern Stars, though. You can see them trying to move around towards the south side. They're more than likely going to come into contact with 4 Romanian Boys and Super Young roster, so they just post up outside the circle for the time being and wait to regroup.
Big rocking up on a new position now. Game Lord under pressure. Down in the dirt as well. They're going to have a real difficult time from the shelter. I got to fade away. A nice nade up the stairs, though, finds Mihi. That's going to be the first knock. Big can find that reservoir, though, but they have to move as well. This is not a fight that you can stick in. You have to be getting out of this one, but both of the Game Lord players are downstairs. There's a little bit of an outpost across the way in Akashi. But really, what can you do from this spot if you're Akashi? You don't want to move back into the fight. You don't want to be over-investing for robs. You've got 2 players trapped down. I feel like you get away early.
Yeah, I think for Akashi, he's down. Like, he's down and out of this fight. Like, he's not going to be any use for them. The best he can provide is information now towards the guys from Game Lord underneath. You know, they are taking tickle damage from these nades, and it's going to be hard to get out of this position. I think for Akashi, best bet would be to try and find 1 knock to open up a fight, to open up an opportunity onto perhaps Mihi, who's holding the stair line. If they do that, Game Lord might just be able to get out of a couple of smokes and make something happen, but it's getting more and more difficult by the second. I think that Game Lord have to rely on the fact that at some point, Big's going to have to move.
They're starting to mount up now. I mean, their tires out, and actually, I think there was a bullet coming over from Conqueror's camp. Akashi, position known, a nade is good, finds one for the spray, looks for Mihi as well, but goes down, and Big stay alive, but their shots still ringing out across the hillsides. I think that might have been, excuse me, chiming on in, or unless it was Conqueror continuing to spray on down. The suppressing fire is good. Big, all 4 players are alive, but only 1 is not knocked. Suave, you can see him over there, takes a little bit of damage as well. Times goes down and out. Suave, I feel like you abandon the rest of your team here. Big cut down as they try and move across the open ground.
Yeah, really, really well done from Akashi. He played his job perfectly as an off angle, had to wait to Big to move because they want to get further in towards the circle here. The guys underneath can't do anything, so Akashi just has to play that position where he takes down a couple of players from Big, and that gives opportunity for the rest of Game Lord to move out from underneath the shelter and into a position where they can help Akashi back up again. Again, it's going to be difficult because Conquerors have very good sight lines over towards Game Lord's position, and this is going to have to be a case where Conquerors get caught out by another team, but really there's only Swave, Frosty from Team Doom in the vicinity, so Game Lord's going to have to make a mad dash out of here.
Oh, they got a buggy and they're actually going for it here. They go for a wide swing, but they're going to be going into so many other teams, and there we go. Spicy gets knocked. Akashi sailing on through, finally cut down, out of the frying pan and into the firing line. Game Lord eliminated.
Yeah, I think that Big caused problems for themselves in that situation. Far too long spent on that fight, and unfortunately the counter effect of that is, you know, the guys from Game Lord all go out as well because they were held in a position for far too long that they weren't expecting to. So Big almost shoots themselves in the foot by doing that, but also ruins the chances of Game Lord in the process. So Conquerors, though, great position from them. Oversight of a lot of things towards that eastern side of the circle. They're confident now that they've taken a lot of damage towards that side, so they can move into the circle a little bit more. They're trying to swing down towards the south side, though, which is a little bit interesting. Perhaps they're trying to get away, trying to get Big down before they move in.
Vodafone Giants penned in a little bit. Look at these two off angles being, well, not really off angles, two angles being spotted out by Chazmak Gaming. I mean, they're in shacks right now, which makes it a little bit harder for them to stop this approach. And actually, Vodafone Giants are going to sail straight on in. Look at her drop the nades underneath, and there goes the dynamite. Boom, and Vodafone Giants fall as they roll on up. 2 players knocked, and the rest of the backup is not there. MZ can get the res on Drazen as well, and now Chazmak Gaming have a really good chance to guard out Vodafone Giants, but they're slipping through the middle.
That was the craziest play I've seen ever from a player, which was just tossing a grenade at his feet and just blowing himself up in the process, but also gets a couple of players from Vodafone Giants. Rolkis sees the players from Vodafone Giants as well, but is probably also quite concerned with Chazmak Gaming still on the shack, which is going to be the difficult thing to really leverage them out of. Vodafone Giants now down, but Rolkis still providing that oversight. The rest of his team still playing outside of the circle, ensuring no one's behind them before starting to move back in again.
They call that nade play the Rorschach blank. You're not trapped in here with me. I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me. It's a real difficult one to get away from. And there you go. It's going to work out for Chazmak Gaming. Still, treacherous hills at their forefront. And on the eastern side, it's equally treacherous. Conqueror now, their foxhole abandoned, had to move. And Super Young roster are giving them hell for it. Team Doom as well on the northern side, echoing into this fight. And 4 Romanian Boys from the south. Well, there's no chance they're giving you any respite.
No, not at all. Eastern Stars currently holed up in a smoke at the moment. TSC tossing nades towards them. Kabahala's down. I believe it's just 1 player still alive from Eastern Stars. I think it might just be Octavian, yeah. But nothing left in the tank for him. Caught alongside so many separate teams. Like, no one wants to go towards the center of this map at the moment. And really, that ridge line was the only playable position for them there. Unicorns of Love have played this safe though, still just trying to hold it down. I mean, their idea is just to clear as much as possible before moving into the circle each time, because they know that nowhere's really safe at the moment.
Super Young roster right on the back of the blue, and I'll tell you what, Super SKP team have one hell of a spot right now. I mean, it might be difficult to hold off, but all of these teams moving in are going to cut themselves going on through. It's going to be very, very difficult to find these positions because you know that these teams moving in are going to fight each other.
The Unicorns of Love taking a fair bit of beating for 4 Romanian Boys across the way, and this is what's difficult about this certain bit of the map, is the fact that, you know, you have 2 high grounds opposing one another, so you've got this valley in between where you can see all the way across. So that entire time whilst you're rotating down towards a circle, 4 Romanian Boys will take shots, Super Young roster will take shots, so will Chazmak Gaming. And right now, Chazmak's not helping the cause of Unicorns of Love whatsoever. They might see 4 Romanian Boys taking shots, but they're happy to let them take down a few of the players from Unicorns of Love who are currently in their vicinity.
You said Unicorns of Love cause, and I immediately thought Unicorns of Love, and I feel like that's what they've got going on. They're unicorns. You know?
Yeah. Okay.
I like it. It's a little bit of wordplay. Maybe I'll put it on the back burner. I don't know. I'll figure that out after the game. There's plenty of excitement still to go. Chazmak Gaming taking shots, as you say, over towards the Unicorns of Love. Then does get a knock there. Take it down. Unfortunately, Chazmak Gaming. Shadow One will probably be abandoned on the back here, but SKP team just trying to hold out in their central position.
Again, for Rolkis, really, right now, it's about just continuing to put up those points. You know, if he can make the top 5, which he already has done, great stuff for him. You know, they've already got 2 kills on the board. It's just a few standard points for them. Chazmak Gaming consistently making towards these end circles, but difficulty in closing the door on these chicken dinners. Like, they can't seem to leave the party until they are well and truly done and left there sleeping on the couch, but no chicken dinner to be found. The takeaway is already gone and left after calling about 10 times, so a little bit difficult. But I think that Chazmak Gaming, this is an opportunity to prove themselves. They have a lot of players on side, see if they can actually make this one happen. Rolkis is being hounded by so many different teams at the moment. Nade's coming through, does get one back on the side, can quickly heal back up again. Another one in hand. Potentially this is bad for 4 Romanian Boys, and it's just one dude.
SKP team as well getting pushed on straight from the top. Chazmak Gaming from the top rope, able to jump on down, elbow to the chest. And that is going to be SKP team going down, I think, just to 1. Elendo now, last surviving. Nades continue to pour out from Rolkis' backpack over towards the 4 Romanian Boys. And there's SKP team in their central position going down. It's Chazmak Gaming with 4 in the center.
Chazmat Gaming, yeah, this is good. This could be real good news for Chazmat Gaming, and I would love to see them finish this game out, and likely they will do. We're only another team with 2 players, and Xtreme Slayers with the 1, Unicorns are with 1 as well. It's fantastic news. The fact that Rolkis has made it all this way, though, is an incredible feat, and a real testament to this guy's vigor in these final circles.
Redox with a man dash across the foothills there. Doran actually spots out holes, takes a team down. Ladders up a little bit. 3 teams remain. Unicorns of Love, 4 Romanian Boys, and Chazmat Gaming. Only 3 other players on the hillside apart from the Chazmat Gaming squad. Rolkis, the survivor. Unicorns of Love, but that's a nade. That's close and that's damage. They'll know.
Yeah, for Rolkis right now, second place is what he's eyeing up. There's no way in hell I see him actually taking the chicken dinner out of the hands of Chazmat Gaming, unless we see another Sarah play, but I doubt that's going to happen here today. For Romanian Boys, though, Redox just playing scout at the moment. Doran trying to stay out of dodge as long as possible. I think for Rolkis, probably in the worst position for himself, because for Doran, at least he has a couple of rocks to play around.
Oh, goodness
me. Yeah, that's not good.
Doesn't have any first aids either. I was keeping track of the meds there. 1 first aid for Rolkis, only 7 bandages. And with Redox going down, Doran's in real hot water right now. And he's on the longer side of the circle, which means that the blue zone will hit him before it hits Rolkis. Rolkis continues to crawl in under cover of gunfire. Aza not quite checking the angle. They should be able to spot it fairly soon.
Doran.
They are so focused on Doran, you're right, but maybe they finally see Rolkis. He steps up, goes for Trazen, and then Rolkis tumbles on down. Doran, he knows he's done all he needs to. Nades up the top and just going back and forth, and in come the vehicles. That's going to be it. Chazmat Gaming finally close the door on a game blank. That's what you said you wanted to see, and it's the team on the up and up.
I mean, that's exactly what I wanted from this team, you know. Chazmat Gaming, fantastic work, congratulations. You know, these games have been so difficult for them, and they've a lot of times had these final circles where they've had 4 members, but been in a position where they won't take high ground, they won't take the best spot in the circle, and they'll end up not forcing the issue. They have kind of strode into this win though, John, because realistically they didn't have to do too much. They just allowed 4 Romanian Boys to come over to their side, but they owned that position and they didn't let anyone take it away from them, which is good work in of itself. I think going forward though, Chazmat Gaming still need to be aware that sometimes they will have to make stuff happen if they want to get in. But that rotation over the northern side of the map early on in that game was fantastic, and it wasn't easy either. So well done to them. And again, bloody hell, Rolkis, well, massive work from him to be able to hold off the 4-man team of 4 Romanian Boys by himself and get a few kills in the process. That is unbelievable work.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Unicorns of Love, as we've been saying, they're on this sort of upward trajectory, keeping themselves going, keeping themselves earning those points. I mean, the team that I'm looking to compare them to in terms of, you know, where they'll finish in the standings is going to be Exquisite Decode UK, who have already put in their 30 games, which is all we're going to see from them in this Super Weekends. Of course, not qualifying for this one. Unicorns of Love, they've got 23, so 7 games to make up the difference between them. Currently, after that game, Unicorns of Love sat on 256. Their target for Exquisite Decode UK, 283. That's a 24-point difference between the 2 teams. And that is achievable. That is very achievable in 7 games. I mean, what is that? That's going to be less than an 8-point. That's going to be like a 7-point average, something like that, to be able to get all those points on board. I think that's very doable from this Unicorns of Love roster.
Yeah, I mean, so far they've continued to put up massive performances. And again, this is a case where sometimes you'll see a team make a big performance happen purely off the back of one player, but it feels like many different players on this team have actually stood up to the plate now, John. You know, Rolkis being this fantastic IGL who's able to, he's very capable even on his own, right? Which is great. GK First, who is able to hold down the entirety of the rest of the lobby, and Lynn and Fresh obviously also being very strong and coming to their own. So I think for Unicorns of Love, like, there seems to be an upwards trend going on here, and it's going to continue that way as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I can't see it really changing too much. So fantastic stuff coming through. I mean, you can see there at the bottom. What do we got? We got that's pretty impressive as well for a team that was down to 3 so early in the game to be able to get almost 1,000 damage. I'm impressed. I'm impressed.
Well, I don't know about that. You've got to consider that's only from Rolkis, John.
Oh, I thought that was Unicorns of Love. Okay, that's very impressive then. I just saw the logo. I was like, oh, that makes sense for a team, you know, that was only one player late at the circle. Like, 1,000 damage. Like, that's okay. Roll Kiss gets 1,000 damage on his own. Fantastic then. Great, like, big performance coming through from the leader there, Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, I think also this play here, very interesting fight between Nexus as well as Xtreme Slayers. Again, I'll say it twice right now because that Molotov from Bardo was fantastic. This is unfortunate turn of events where Fresh goes down to 4 Romanian Boys earlier on, so it really caused some problems throughout the entirety of the match actually, and not letting up even towards the end. And Game Lord really struggled toward getting to that circle, but mainly because I personally think the Big made a mistake. I think it's but to be fair, it's one of those things that I can see, and it's very difficult to see in game where it's a great nade, but it's very difficult to see in game where you're holding on to something for too long. If you can't see where the other players are rotating as well, I think that perhaps Big needs to move a little bit earlier.
Yeah, maybe, potentially a little bit of it. I mean, it was an interesting set of rotations. I felt like Big left a position that they shouldn't have done in the earlier circles. I mean, maybe you want to guard out, but do you want to be that guardian? Like, I feel like that was the idea of moving to that position, to fight the teams on the east. I don't know.
Yeah, I tried to justify it. I tried to justify it, and looking back, the decision to move down from the cliffside and not fight TSC did seem very odd to me. I think that they could have got a lot more done from there, and specifically because they play up that position anyway. That's like usually their dropping spot. Why move across in that situation? Play something you're comfortable with.
To be fair, Chasmat Gaming as well had some pretty decent movements. I feel like, you know, they crashed onto SKP team, who were this central stalwart presence in the circle. Sure, it was just a shack, but it felt like they dismantled them very quickly in that scenario. So a fantastic crash coming through, and it gave them position to win. I mean, yeah, they had a player on top of the shack with a lot of oversight over the whole circle, and that gave them the chicken dinner when it all came down to it. Of course, fantastic game from Chasmat Gaming to be able to get that chicken dinner, closing out a game. We'll see you guys after the break.
So it's time to check in with XT from Unicorns of Love about his area that they like to play in when it comes to PUBG Mobile. So to start things off on Erangel, actually, no, forget Erangel. In general, when it comes to any map you're playing here, Erangel, Sanhok, and Miramar, what's your favorite drop zone and why?
My favorite area of all maps is from Miramar, the Valdemar drop. So the reason of that is that we have the control of the main highways, you can say, up to north and towards the east. And there's no big cities around where teams is dropping in EU West, so it's kind of a free area for us, free to rotate, free to do anything we want, to split, to take control, to do whatever we want in the area. And that is, I would say, one of the points where one of the reasons why we are getting so many points in Miramar last season.
Is there any disadvantages to this place that you drop?
Of course, it has its disadvantages. One of them is like if the plane path is really north, you don't have a lot of time to go there, especially in this setting where you have really fast zone 1. So sometimes you have to adapt yourself. You have to go to your second drop spot, or you have to think, can I just loot a little shorter, or do I have to take a longer blue zone?
Okay, well then let's make this a little bit easier then. Top 3 drop spots in Erangel. What's your 3 favorite?
So top 3 spots of Erangel is, for me, are Novo, Drogopol, and Pochinki.
Okay, least favorite?
Least favorite? I would say Military Island. No, the military base.
Okay. What's your favorite 3 in Miramar?
I'll have to go with San Martin, Hacienda, and El Pozo.
Okay, least favorite?
Ooh, that's a hard one. Los Leones, I would say.
Okay, what about your favorites when it comes to Sanhok?
Sanhok, of course, it has to be Bootcamp and Paradise. But also I would go with Ruins as well.
Okay, what about least favorite?
Oof, least favorite. I'll have to go with Camp Bravo. Yes.
Okay. Do you guys typically change your drop zones when it comes to what teams you're playing against? Or do you just typically like to play where you want to play from?
Well, typically we're not changing our spots, but for before the matches in scrims and stuff, we like to chase other teams away from that, so we keep our area free of enemies.
Okay. So then let's test your knowledge of the other teams right now. Can you name a couple of different teams' drop locations on, let's say, Erangel?
So 70, in 70, the Destiny is landing there. Vodafone Giants are landing in Pochinki, and Xtreme Slayers, I think they're landing in Watertown, the Water City.
Well, finally, Chazmac have been able to get out of Imperium's Emporium. I heard bad things about that place, and you definitely don't want to go visit, but they get themselves free. They get themselves $1,000 as well, and not to mention their first chicken dinner here in the entirety, I believe, of PMPL Western Europe Season 2. How do you feel about that, Max?
I'm feeling good, because you talked about how for Chazmac they are a team, and especially we're talking about in agreement with Splank that brought it up, how they were a team that he called it. They're a team that normally struggle a little bit to close off games, and they are able to finally close off a game, take home $1,000, their first $1,000 in the Super Weekend. So I'm really happy to see that. There were still a few things that I was a little bit scared from time to time. Like they were a little bit too split, but at the end they knew exactly that they had to regroup, go for the push onto SKP to get the strongest position, and off the back of that, they had such a strong spot that they could get double-digit kill count, a total of 25 points. We said there was a chance that if they had a very bad Super Weekend, they were not going to make it, but like
that's calm.
They had enough points yesterday with this game too. Like Chazmac, now you should be looking towards in the finals as to what you can do in that event.
I think both of us actually did pretty well in this game, Max, to be honest. You know, credit where credit's due. Both, like, I thought maybe for Romanian Boys might have it. They made an insane move over into the west side, but it worked out for the most part. And as we say, like, when 8 teams alive, you call Chazmac. So, I mean, they had brilliant spots to play from effectively. Chazmac, you know, I think worked very well with what they had available to them. And how does Rolkis always turn up here today, Jason? Jeez.
I think he's making a push for the daily MVP, which I might have just spoiled who potentially will be now. I mean, hey, it's great to see that he's able to step up when we normally talk about Fresh. You normally talk about GK first. And then also down the line, you have Door and you have Halls as well. We haven't seen those. Well, we've seen Door and Halls. We haven't seen in quite a long time. I want to say since the first day, actually, of PMPL, when they actually took the chicken dinner right off the bat. But you can see Unicorns left 2k damage done for 4 kills. That hurts.
Yeah, halfway to Sanhok numbers, just need a little bit higher numbers from Big Eastern Stars and SKP team. We would have almost been there, but yeah, conversion rate hurts a little bit. Unicorns of Love suffered some casualties in the mid game, I believe it was, so it was a little bit hard for them to convert those kills instantly, but they were trying to keep teams at arm's length. It's been interesting to see from Unicorns of Love. It's still definitely not a bad performance whatsoever, and they're still looking into the finals, right? They're still looking like this team that is looking to be the PMPL Western Europe champion once again. I mean, can you call it back-to-back? They were Panda before. I think you can potentially call it back-to-back.
Yeah, I suppose.
Would would be pretty nutty.
The big question marks that revolve around my head for this one, Jason, is Big's movement in this game. I mean, this is effectively their home circle, right? They're the ones that are dropping in Saverni. They're the ones that are splitting 1-1-1-1 across this area, but then I understand some of the moves they made, like moving north to try and maybe stop some rotations, but then they move south, then move back east to Severn. Like, it was so disjointed. I want to see Blig control these circles better.
It just felt like Frodo in Lord of the Rings, like, I'm going on an adventure, and it just never ends, and they just keep looking for Mordor.
Yeah. I am going to come over to Krakow right now and beat you, James, if you don't pet that dog that's in your arm right now. I am just so frustrated seeing Fluff there asking and begging for scratches. Let's move on though and talk about Chasmac just really quickly. We have a little bit of time here as you see Fluff enjoying the ear scratches because his team again has been kind of relatively quiet. They've had some success, but not to the extent of obviously getting a chicken dinner. But their average stats here, they do hurt quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, once again, they're a team that can very clearly make it to the late game. We talked about how you had Calamus at the start serving as IGL. I think the shift to having MZ as an IGL now, even though it was maybe not something they wanted to do in the first place, it was kind of necessary seeing how things were happening in the background. But MZ is definitely doing a really good job when it comes to getting the team, trying to get them unscathed towards the late game. He's doing that. He's doing a really good job. Now one clay improvement, and I think we're going to agree with this, James. Kills are lacking really severely. If they can improve those kills by a significant margin, they're going to be a lot more comfortable into the finals.
Yeah, I think that's one thing they're definitely going to need to focus on if they want to compete against the likes of 4 Romanian Boys who have had a phenomenal day, or Eastern Stars or Unicorns of Love. But maybe they can do it here as we're going to move it into Sanhok as our 4th round of the day. Haven't done predictions with you two just yet. And you know what? I'm not going to do it as I look at we only have about 30 seconds until their round's about to kick off. So you know what? You two, get out of here. But as a party note for you two, I want you to come back in the next segment and tell me how many teams we have participating out of the 20 teams that have an animal as their logo. All right, John and Blake, welcome back to the show here, and let's see how round 4 kicks off.
All right, yeah, let's go for it. I mean, thank you very much, Jason, the Eggman. We're going to be looking to go into this Sanhok for a little bit of excitement. Obviously, we're looking for those Sanhok numbers. Blank, you excited for those Sanhok numbers?
I'm always excited for Sanhok numbers. I know the Jegman on desk will be so excited for those Sanhok numbers. I'm ready for them to come through. You know, I think for Sanhok, it's a bit of an odd one, bit of a difficult one. I think that the one thing I am looking at, though, is the Unicorns of Love and Super Young roster rotations. These ones always prove difficulties on this map, and both teams either suffer because of it or are able to get through and get towards the end game together. Though I think more often than not, Super Young roster has been getting the upper hand of the Unicorns of Love recently. So I'd like that to change. And if Unicorns of Love want to continue putting on those PMGC numbers, they will have had to figure something out.
Plane path over the northern sides of Sanhok. Of course, it's very accessible, the island. No one's going to be phased by that. A little bit of a train horn in my background there. Sorry, I do live relatively close to a train line. But we are going to be not able to jump on the train here. There's no trains on Sanhok Blank. There's only pain.
Oh, only pain. Only the pain train coming through. I do like your neighborhood, John. It's we've had the bus beeping this morning, we had the car alarm the other day, and now we've had a train. I feel like
metropolitan man, you know? What
yeah, just all modes of transport just invading your personal space at the moment. But personal space will be invaded here on Sanhok. We will see a lot of these teams getting very, very close, and a little bit too close for comfort in some cases on all of these areas around the map. I think I'm looking at Nexus and LMV. You know, these are teams that tend to clash so often. And SKP, they understand that. Like, you know what? LMV and Nexus, they've got their own thing going on. We're not going to drop over that side anymore. We're going to drop down towards Painan. The question is, can they hold off against the massive amount of teams that are currently trying to hold the Southwest Island? SKP just look like they don't have anywhere to go. It's very sad.
I mean, it looks like they found Painan pretty effectively there. Xtreme Slayers pretty close to Unicorns of Love, and I'm also looking at... Oh dear, wasn't looking at that, but that's going to be a little scrap in the middle of the map. I was also looking at Redox for 4 Romanian Boys. Very late in the air, stayed in the parachute for quite a while, and is very split from the rest of the team. And there's the Xtreme Slayers clashing with the Unicorns of Love. Bardo suppressing the window there. The shotgun blast from Fresh, not quite finding the tickle damage that you're looking for. Needs to be a little bit heavier hitting, but Fresh goes down, gets flushed. Xtreme Slayers. Sure, Pappy got knocked, but they'll be happy to pick up a player from Unicorns.
That does quite happen a fair few times for Fresh, actually, going down. With more, it feels like a fight that he could have maybe skirted round. Sometimes it does feel a little bit overconfident from that team. So unfortunately for Unicorns of Love, they will be down now to just 3 players. But they've opted to move down towards the south side, so a nice early movement, but again, it does mean they follow up into Xtreme Slayers fairly early. So Fresh goes down. They get one player back up for Xtreme Slayers. No real meds on board, so Lin's looking to take down one of these players, but Pappy's got the pickup truck and most likely going to leave in tow with many of these players.
Like they found their route out. Don't want to be suppressed on these hillsides. If they're lucky, they'll get away with it, but they're still being suppressed just a little bit there. For Romanian Boys, recoalesced. They're going to be fine. Actually, no, they didn't. Sorry, Redox died in the midst of all of that. So the split did not work out for Romanian Boys. 3 players now left in Paradise Resort for them. Excuse me, continue to fight for the middle here. Andy giving them a lot of jip over that side for TSC, who have lost Vatoni now. The nades start to go both ways across the road. Andy looks for the shots over towards Mango. He was down. Very low HP. Needed to be careful there. Only one player from TSC is holding out 3 from Excuse Me. I feel like as soon as this res comes through, they go for this fight, right? Andy, still popping out a volley of shots. Popping back in, but getting damage around the side. Gets another knock onto Mango. He was low. He didn't get the heal. A bullet did it. And around the other side, looks to try and take the challenge. Prada up top, and Andy goes down. Prada goes low, but that's not going to matter. The rest of TSC not near enough, and he's going to punch him out. There we go. The lights blink, and Andy fades out.
That could have been that could have been a very different scenario there for Excuse Me. Andy did such a good job, and I think the fact that Excuse Me had pushed up so far and then taken a knock was the big issue, because they were like, damn, now we need to make a full frontal assault on Andy, because otherwise he's going to keep peeking out and taking pot shots as of. TSC, though, they're happy to come in and try and clean up a couple of kills here. Jaja, nothing. Just a backpack and a Vector to work with. See what he can do with that, but I doubt very little, to be quite frank with you. For Romanian Boys over towards Paradise Resort once again. Very classic position for them, trying to hold it out. Central spot 2, which is good. I think that with this circle as well, it's prone to head up towards their way.
He's waiting for someone to get in the car. He's going to light him up. He just gets beamed. Oh, I love that lineup. He was waiting for someone to jump in the vehicle and was just ready. He knows the line. I mean, that's great. Great stuff from Yaya.
Yeah, Jaja does a great job there. I think the Vector's actually a very nice weapon. It's like not something that you want to carry with you the entire game, but in early game, that thing will just crush someone who doesn't have the best of like vests or helmet. It will just run through them like they were simple fabric. So very easily done there.
Blanks garam masala through his digestive tract. It's smoothly through the health bar.
Wow. Jesus Christ, think you're fine. I've got an iron stomach. Nothing gets past me.
Oh, fair enough. Well, you need to get that looked at probably, if nothing's getting past. But that's a separate issue. Excuse me, go down as TSC get revenge for losing one of their players, or 2 of their players actually, over in the middle of the map. But Unicorns of Love still in this standoff. And Xtreme Slayers, looks like they've just lost Busy.
Yeah, this is a real hunt down. I think they're very upset that Fresh went down earlier, and now nades are being thrown. Holes is playing a good off angle, but he has a Thompson, and this thing's got no sight on it, so he is no use in this situation. Nice shots from Rolkis. Will take down Pappy. Beautiful headshot comes through, and now we'll engage on the building.
Odo tries to get some shots back, does a little bit of damage, but there's players swarming, and the Unicorns of Love will not let it pass. Shots from across the way, but what are you going to do here? There's really very little that's available to you. Holes looking for something, but you say, oh, okay, fair enough. It'll take a lot to Lin. Okay.
We respect it. I think that for Unicorns Love there. Oh, Holes! Bloody hell! He is very low.
Goodness me.
Oxygen mass drops from above him, like immediately on the ventilator.
Oh, he has no meds.
Oh no, this is depressing.
If he jumps off the wrong rock, he's going down. Like, wow. That is the lowest HP I've seen anyone survive, really. It has to be.
Crazy. Like you said, 0 meds as well, so this is a very precarious situation that he currently is in. But look at his little feet just tapping away. He's trying to get away as soon as possible.
Please, just a bandage. Just a bandage. Just one.
Just one. I think for Unicorns of Love, though, good fight. Well played. Couldn't say any more there. You know, I think the biggest factor in that is Bardo didn't have a Molotov. So realistically, Unicorns of Love, they got lucky. Could have gone very differently if Bardo had a Molotov there.
You know what it's like with Molotovs, yeah.
Yeah, well, especially with Bardo as well. That guy is nutty.
Exactly.
A pyromaniac, in fact. Team Doom, them on screen right now. Improved team, honestly, a very improved team, and I think all these players in their own rights are very good. I think that with more time and more development, they could be mainstays within the Western Europe scene. I think that, you know, we've seen a lot come out from these guys, and I'm glad to see it as well. It's always nice to see some new faces involved. But yeah, they've had a good run of it, and I think they've definitely secured themselves in the finals now. So, you know, we'll see them again, and hopefully, you know, they'll have, after our little break, small break, not a huge break, you know, towards coming up to finals, they might have to recollect their thoughts, see what they're going to do, figure out the teams. And I think the best thing for a lot of these teams as well that we haven't really discussed is they're playing against most of the finalists right now. The only team that they're not playing against is Exquisite Decode UK. So you're getting a lot of experience of how it's going to be like in the finals right now in the final Super Weekend just before. So there's a lot of review to be done once this Super Weekend concludes. So we could see some interesting strats, interesting ideas crop up in the finals, which I'm very excited for.
I feel like it's also it's quite an interesting dynamic because on the screens right now, SKP team, they're a team that likes to drop in actually quite like central, pivotal location. I mean, they were dropping in Pachinki. They moved a little bit further south in those last game. And then now they're dropping around sort of Painan and playing quite centrally. Taking them out and putting Exquisite Decode UK, I feel like frees up a lot of that space. So, I mean, whilst, sure, you're getting a lot of experience, it's going to be a very different dynamic moving through just with that one-to-one swap, right? So, I mean, maybe. But maybe not.
Yeah, I think TSC is probably the one that maybe suffers the most because their Erangel games, they're tending to drop around Pubg at the moment, right? Which is typically Exquisite Decode UK spot. So TSC will most likely have to move or at least fight for Pubg once again versus Exquisite Decode UK, which could make that side of the map very awkward once again for Eastern Stars because there's no longer TSC in that location. And I would say that Exquisite Decode UK is a fantastic team, honestly, and it would make Eastern Stars' lives a lot harder having them in the mix in the finals. Conqueror though, currently making their botation, staying right on the edge of the blue. AZ's like, please can we just go a little bit, thank you, a little bit further in. I'm the only one taking blue damage right now, guys, stop it.
Just a little bit, just a touch. That's all you need. That's all you need.
Yeah. But this is a nice bow,
there's something quite pleasing about sort of coasting right along the blue zone out this far at sea, you know? It's quite... Yeah. Oh, AZ right up to the blue there, but just...
If I could, I'd do it all game. If I could.
Just keep going around and around and around. You need a big enough circle around Sanhok.
Yeah, exactly. And then I'd pop back into the circle, make my face known before immediately losing my face to a couple of bullets from these extremely skilled players. Game load on our screen right now. You know, Narvalo's come back from his trip to the water park, back in the mix again with Spicy. Akashi drops out, so they are getting a lot of experience on a lot of these guys. So Akashi's no longer playing. And I think the guys mentioned this on the desk as well as having this 5-man roster that they can easily ping in and out all the time, giving everyone a little bit of a break to calm down and review. I think for Akashi, last game was quite a difficult one for him. The guy plays usually a very nice off angle. We saw yesterday he was playing the off angle on Miramar, able to get that chicken dinner all on his lonesome. And I think for Akashi, like there is some pivotal moments that rely on him. So if he wants to take a quick break, fair play to him.
What I do like about the fact that it's a fairly immobile standings at the moment for the overall lobby is that teams can start to limit test, right? They can really start to push the boundaries of how they play with the confidence knowing that they aren't going to be just losing a spot in the finals, they aren't going to be losing out on potential earnings, things like that. So in effect, you've got these situations where, you know, sure, you could earn money for the chicken dinner, but it's you're really looking to isolate your gameplay and really push those limits and get as much as you can out of these scenarios. So it's really a learning experience in these spots. And Eastern Stars learn about fragmentation grenades, of course, sending shrapnel every which way after the explosion. Very, very dangerous, Blank. Tends to be, but you don't want to be anywhere near it when it goes off. And Eastern Stars, they get eliminated.
Yeah, they'll be flushed out there. So Big's actually made a good rotation over from the northwest side. Something they've struggled with quite a lot. And even taking down Eastern Stars, who will have got a lot of loot from boot camp, is a big, big testament. And making that with 4, great stuff. Difficult fight as well, considering they're fighting uphill. Some beautiful grenades, like you said, John, to finish out that fight. And I think that Fury was just a little bit too late on the draw with his frag to push the guys back and give him a little bit more space. Again, he was by himself, so difficult fight regardless. Game loaded rocked up on the position around 4 Romanian Boys. Not opting to move in just yet, John, though. Next circle should be coming on screens right now.
Oh, no, not
Now.
right. You jumped the gun. You jumped the gun. There it is.
There we go. I got it right the first time. And Chasmat Gaming right in the center. So another opportunity for Chasmat Gaming to play these end circles. And like you said, John, limit testing. This is great for Chasmat Gaming, and if they need to get, they do need more experience in this situation.
Like,
Yes.
what the hell are Unicorns of Love doing?
I think that killing holes, I guess. You know, holes must die. Like the movie title, Unicorns of Love. This feels very weird to me because I don't think there's no reason for this. There's no reason for this. It's unacceptable. And for a team that wants not needs but wants PMGC points to secure a position in PMGC, this feels ridiculous.
What you doing?
Yeah.
All right, well, great. Vodafone Giants, they're scrapping out with a position for Team Doom. At the moment, the southeast of Paradise Resort, but Vodafone Giants get the drop on Frosty. And that's going to hamper the progression from Team Doom moving forwards. Certainly on the southeastern side. Not too many teams in their way as they progress further in, but it is just these 2 teams fighting it out. The lone player from TSC Legends as well, Tam Tam, might prove to be a third party in this scenario.
Yeah, I think the Team Doom, they've made this rotation a fair few times. The Vodafone Giants have easily swayed in front of them. So Unreal with the Vector has to make something happen. Nade will finish off Frosty, so down to 3 for Team Doom. They're taking the time with it. Unreal hasn't shown his face just yet, though. Poker's trying to grab that jump to spot a player over the top side. I think he's aware of it, which is why he's staying down low, in which case that player doesn't get any line of sight. So very well done for Pocus. This is caution at its finest.
Picking the grass, Unreal. With that Vector still in hand. And you said it wasn't going to be too far towards the end. I feel like we're just reaching the limits of the Vector's usefulness in terms of tempo. But then as soon as you get back into close range, it skyrockets in value. So, there's these swings and roundabouts. How long can you wait with this weapon?
Yeah. Super young roster down beside the palm trees. Conqueror is currently taking them down 1 by 1. Nice and easy. Just now, Safi behind the actual cardboard boxes. Not cardboard, they're bloody wooden boxes. What am I talking about?
Are they? Yeah, they definitely would. They definitely would. Still, it's not going to protect him. Sick. Able to... sorry, it does... Yeah, super young roster do just go down. And they are guarded out. The northern circle's now starting to close. Not a lot of players over towards the western edge of this circle, and that gives Big a little bit of a path to try and advance there. Unicorns of Love still on their little jolly down the south, trying to come in late, very late to the circle. Maybe catching people by surprise. We'll have to wait and see. And a western shift, it's going to give all of these teams on the southeastern half, I'd say, of this current circle a little bit to think about. And Big might be very happy here.
Yeah, I think Big is extremely pleased with this current circle. You could play right on the edge of Cow here and guard off teams coming in. I think, you might have to clear Cow just a little bit, but I think for Big, easily play on that south wall of Cow and get a lot of kills here. Lumberyard also very accessible. I think for Unicorns of Love, I think they've gone the wrong way. Gone the wrong way. Very difficult to know what's happening considering they were nowhere near anything going on in the first place. Rana gets over that wall there. Will survive. Ooh, cheeky.
Trying to keep things in control. Very tricky. The chaos of Sanhok. Critter does go down. Chasmat Gaming, we talked about how they had another chance to play these final circles, and they're playing it right now. This hillside very, very strong, especially given the layout of all of these other teams around them.
Yeah, as the blue encloses, Chasmac Gaming, you know, they'll be tested for sure, but as the blue closes, really they just need to keep everyone at bay, essentially. Rana's made his way in already to a compound just off the way of Shadowone. You can see him taking shots there, but needs to start focusing on other teams.
Okay.
Just atrocious. Just atrocious.
That was...
I praise Unicorn's Love all the time, but this game was atrocious.
That was not a good decision. I don't know. Let's not talk about it. To be honest, let's not talk about it because we're gonna get progressively more and more irate. Blank, I feel, as time goes on. Big managed to make their way into Cal. Now they have the northern side of this circle. Chasmac Gaming, I feel like they're being the rock upon which teams break, but the issue is behind a rock in a heavy flowing fluid, Blank, there is a vortex. There is a vortex that draws material that moves around the side. And with that, if Chasmac Gaming want to be that rock, that vortex will draw teams in to the positions ahead of them in the circle. So they have to be careful on timing.
Yeah, I think for Aza there, it's not the best play in the world. I think that he'd made an efficient play there by getting one knock, and that's really all you need in this situation. The blues coming in, you don't need to keep taking shots. Shadowwen's got a great position at the moment, though, and he's able to continue to hold these players down. It's absolutely imperative that he gets that a couple of shots over towards Talon, because it means that Aza can drop back and start healing. Again, very, very well played from Chasmac Gaming. Next circle, though, drops away just a little bit from Cow. One of the players from Big has been taken down, and Conqueror is starting to swell over towards their position.
Ramsey trying to control Team Doom's advance as well. Talon from the blue last player. 0 last player standing for Team Doom. Taking more and more damage as time goes on, and they do get eliminated. First aid should be going off in time there for Talon. Of course, on his own 5, still plenty of time there. 12 first aids for Shadowwen. All right, okay.
Yeah, he's the last man. He's going to be the last man standing for the guys from Chasmac Gaming. This rooftop's great. It holds off the entirety of his western side as well, so he's fairly safe. I think they just want to finish off the guys from LMV before they start to make their way in. So good stuff from Chasmac. Will pick up 5 kills for their troubles. Unfortunately, a lot of teams have slipped past them now, and they'll need to find a place within the circle. Game Lord very, very central at the moment. Have a great compound to play around with, dropping over towards that south side, that north side of Paradise Resort, if you remember. Not moving too far in for Romanian Boys, waiting for that circle. So this is a good play from Game Lord and sets themselves up for success in the late game. Hazy goes down again, like, I mean, come on.
Well, I don't think he has gone fully down. Shadowwen actually does go and take a knock there. TSC Legends finally eliminated now. Does Chasmac Gaming have to move up and regroup just a little bit? Open ground, though, difficult. And this is what I was worried about. Teams starting to move around them and fill the gaps ahead of them. And now they're just getting guarded on out. It feels like they are going to go down pretty soon if they don't get a shifty on. A couple of players still standing, though. MZ and Shadowwen.
Yeah, it's so difficult for Game Lord with this spot. They are holding it down wonderfully at the moment. I think that we can see up towards that northwest side. Big did try and hold down that south wall from Cow, but I don't think they got there soon enough. I think they spent a lot of time clearing Cow itself. Took a few shots from Conquerors in the process. Conquerors moved down to a pretty decent compound. I mean, it's not the best in the world, but it's better than nothing, right?
Certainly. I mean, as you say, there's basically 2 good positions in this compound, and at the moment, Conqueror and Game Lord have both of them under control. So what can 4 Romanian Boys do? What can Big do to be able to get the maximum points out of this?
Yeah, it's also, they're very cognizant of 4 Romanian Boys, considering they know they dropped in Paradise Resort. They were on the north side, so they're able to drop down here and then know exactly where they're coming from. They don't have to worry about Conquerors too much because there's so much open ground that they have to cover to get towards Game Lord's position. 4 Romanian Boys, they do hit 1 knock, which is fantastic. There will be an immediate res, though, in the process. And now just nades starting to flow through for Robs. Great nade through the window, but not quite enough to take him down.
God, he took that one like a champ to be able to answer with his own nade. Goodness me. Didn't even go down. I mean, that takes courage. Oh dear, bad molly, get out of that. Oh dear. 4 Romanian Boys trapped behind the shack. Pops the meds, Doran out wide, looking for the nade across the road, managed to get it. Nope, not going to be able to squeeze on through. Now Game Lord left flagging, big, have an opportunity, but in the meantime they've been dealing with Conqueror, who are stopping them from encroaching any further. Chazmac Gaming in the meantime maybe don't have the eyes on them that they were used to. Push forwards now, Chazmac, it's your only hope.
I think for Chazmac Gaming that playing this slow is not the worst thing in the world, but again, this is time for Chazmac Gaming to start making those changes, move into the circle, like you say, John, because this is an issue that they keep having, is stalling way too long. People haven't shot at them this entire time. Now is the time to move. You can make a general assumption that people's eyes aren't on you, so MZ drops back up, starts to move over this ridge side, has to get in position. Conquerors are quite easily taken care of here, but Game Lord starting to strike out of their spot, trying to move towards Conquerors.
MZ first damage there across the ridge line. Vito plays up close. Maybe they've left Shadow. I mean, we saw how many meds Shadowwen had earlier, Blank. Leaving him out the blue might not be the worst decision in the world. Making sure those boosters are on board. You can see MZ only 1 first aid. Kill points would be great right now. Are they trying to find Shadowwen with this utility? I mean, maybe. MZ, yeah, I mean, MZ dies here, I'm pretty sure. Maybe looks for a knock across the way. Gets a lot of damage found and looks for the knocks there. They finally are able to find it in the threat on the sidelines, but Game Lord looking to try and punish Conqueror for taking this fight up the hill. The good news for Chazmac Gaming is that Conqueror now lower HP. Game Lord looking very healthy. I don't see a world that Game Lord don't win this. The question is who comes second.
Yeah, I think for MZ there, it wasn't super important that he got a knock. It was just important that he did enough damage to cause pain for Conquerors. He needs to accelerate this fight by doing that for Game Lord. And at this point in time, Conquerors have to move towards him. I think Shadowwen had around about 15 first aids. So we'll see how long he can stay alive. Just 2 left now. So he has to cause some big problems. He is coming over the ridge side right now. Should see the guys from Conquerors, but they're going low so quickly here, John.
Fantastic stuff. You could see the damage that MZ did being pivotal here, coming through for Chazmac Gaming to ladder up, get more points on board. I feel like the first aids might have just ticked away, but Conqueror go down and Chazmac get into second. Excellent performance coming through from Chazmac. They finesse the final circles, make sure that Game Lord take the fight when they decree. And with that, they ladder up to second place, but it's Game Lord to hold down the fort and take the chicken dinner.
Big chicken dinner for Game Lord there, fantastic stuff. Narvala also saying that, you know, he needs a new device, so he wants a chicken dinner today to get that money on the card. So maybe that's his new device bought for him right there. So wonderful stuff. But yeah, Chazmac Gaming, that was a really good game from them, and I think that despite the odds that were set against them, you know, they do exactly what they need to do to get as many points as possible during that game. Don't quite get the chicken dinner, but again, this is all practice. This is all practice going forward, and in the finals, you know, it's all about those points, getting as many possible before you head towards the top side and trying to get those prize money for yourself and maybe even finish the game with a first. I think for Chazmac, though, that was well done, and I think they had a clear goal and they followed it to a T. So really, really well done to them. Again, it was difficult to hold off basically the entirety of the units on that eastern side. They still make it happen. Shadowwen's position on that rooftop, absolutely pivotal in that situation. But Game Lord, again, it was some very smart moves for them to quickly take very strong compounds. When they're given that opportunity, they'll take it every single time, every day of the week.
Yeah, absolutely. It was fantastic stuff coming through to hold that down. And you know, it was every second that counted there. I feel like, you know, what MZ did by doing even a little bit of damage to Conqueror, that was so crucial, right? You can go around and you know 1 bullet landing is all it's going to take. And after that, the meds were running out, right? The meds were running out for Shadowwen. There was no way he could have stayed alive for any longer than he did. So if you don't accelerate that fight like MZ was able to do, you go down a little bit earlier. So, I mean, fantastic, fantastic. I mean, I'm in awe of that game from Chazmac Gaming. Certainly their final circle finesses coming on through. Counterposed by Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, I still don't want to talk about that because I'm generally confused by that play. And it's even more confusing because, you know, they're trying to look for PMGC points. Why do this? Because it's not even a case of like they're in one of the very rare positions where getting points assists you greatly in your goal towards PMGC. And that doesn't come often. Eastern Stars are one of the only other teams that are in that strong position. Gamelord also. So Gamelord obviously starts to keep picking up the pace as well. So they're doing fantastic work for themselves. But I just, it's confusing. I don't know. Essentially, I don't know what happened that game.
I mean, they've had some pretty good games today, right? And maybe, you know, just once in a blue moon, you just make a bad call, or, you know, something just goes wrong, you're not ready for it, and you have a really bad game. I mean, maybe that's the case for Unicorn to Love, because this is not the team that we've been seeing over these last couple of games, over these last couple of days.
No, it's not. I think that's why I can't get too upset with it. Because, you know, the games they've had have been so phenomenal, and like they've looked very strong. And even those fights, that fight with Xtreme Slayers was smooth, it was silky, and they made it happen quite easily, keeping everyone at bay towards this compound. But then something happened. I'm not sure what it was. But coming back towards that circle on top side, this fight between Big and Eastern Stars was fantastic from Big. Being able to fight up the hill is very difficult. I said that during this fight as well. But moving towards Cow, I think they're a little bit slow. Again, it's these movements that just happen a little bit too awkwardly towards the end game, because they were in a really good position. They held one semicircle of that circle all towards themselves, and no one was challenged them. So I think that it's a difficult scenario for them to not get that far in.
Yeah, and I mean, the only thing that I didn't really like is how long Chazmat Gaming stayed on that hillside. This is the team that was holding on the other side, so you had that whole the semicircle that was being held out by Big, right? But that was really being blockaded by Chazmat Gaming, and I didn't like how long they stayed in that position. I feel like they take 1 or 2 fights if they get a knock or 2, and then they move back. They can actually hold more effectively by that small tactical retreat. You stop yourself from being enclosed, enveloped by a lot of these other teams.
Yeah, I think coming back towards Shadowhead's position would have been ideal. I think for Aza, he consistently kept standing back up again to take more shots towards the teams, even after he got knocks. And in that situation, knocks are key. You don't need to get too much more of that. For LMV, it was practically game over for them anyway, because they were being held out in the circle for so long. Like you say, a small tactical retreat would have been ideal. Moving back towards Shadowhen would have given them a lot more opportunity to take more fights to solidify their position within that circle in the late game. So slightly strange. Again, like I said, they finesse it in the end, and there were some wonderful plays there. Big going down in 4th. Again, they deserve to get a 4th, and I think that they came very far, and it was some smart rotations. Taking that fight with Eastern Stars was fantastic, but I do think they could have gone a little bit further.
Yeah, it could have gone a little bit further, you're right. But, I mean, eking every single point they could out of that game, Chazmat Gaming were, I think, for me, the stars of this game in those final circles for that. Despite maybe, as I said, maybe a questionable lack of rotation at the end. But in the end, it was Gamelord who were going to find themselves another chicken dinner. I think that brings them up to a total of 5 and challenging out Eastern Stars on 6. It's going down to the wire, but one thing's for certain, Jason isn't getting his prediction right.
I feel a little bit odd about this, but you know what? I'll give it up to Max. We got 2 French teams in the top 2 of our last round here on Sanhok, taking Game Lord with the victory, the extra $1,000, and of course, Chazmak getting the 2nd place finish. Though he did write in his notes 3rd place, and then he had to scratch it out and change it to 2nd. But you know what? Scratch all that out and put at number 1, OnePlus, our sponsor here at the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe Season 2. So gentlemen, let's take a look at the match rankings, get an idea how many points the teams did get for themselves, and more importantly, see if a couple of teams that we didn't expect to perform well were able to. It is Sanhok though, so I'll leave it up to...
Here's a weird one. Teams were not happy about this circle. We can definitely see it. And Kalaris called. We're potentially going to be seeing Sanhok numbers. We'll have to see at some point. But all the teams were just clustered in the southeast. It was horrible, except for Team Big. They were just... I don't know, they were vibing in the towards Cal in the northwest. They were avoiding all the teams as much as possible. Yeah, they were having a chill time. They were having a cool time. But yeah, I mean, Chazmak Gaming, you saw Shadowin. Thanks to the first stage, I'm not sure if MZ gave a few over to Shadowin, but being able to outlive Conqueror in that position, I did not expect that to happen. As you said, Jason, I had to write down my notes of top 3. But yeah, two top place being French teams. Yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy about today. This is a good day.
I'm disappointed. I was hoping that entire summary was going to be in French. Alas, we are not getting that. Thanks, Max. But yeah, I was very surprised to see the fact that Chazmak was able to sneak on into that 2nd place. But good for them, you know. Like, I mean, if Sanhok provides you that opportunity, you've got to run with it. You've got to try and play that. We saw a lot of healing in the blue coming to fruition on our previous seasons. Not as much has been occurring lately, and definitely not as much has been successful lately. But still, sometimes it can play a factor, and yeah, you got to run with any advantage you can get, Jason.
I do want to say this as we take a look at the 2nd page. Have any of us any proof that Max is actually French? I have 0 proof, so...
He's the French Barracuda.
To be honest, I was born in the UK, but I've lived for like 99% of my life in France, so like, I don't know which one outweighs the other, but I think...
Where in the UK?
French, Reading. So...
Okay, he's lying.
How do we go to that conclusion? I don't know how that works out.
Could have picked anywhere. I would have said you were lying. It's fine.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Well, East Stars, no lying about their 0 points there, unfortunately. Same as Super Young roster, excuse me, only getting the 1. And Vodafone Giants, as you guys mentioned before, just continuing to get points. So SKP has an even tougher time to ever pass them. And I think we're about to close the last page on this chapter for them of having a chance of qualifying into our finals. But I have to take a look at our top players. Victor going to be there yet again. We're going to see Reeves and Talon. I feel like we haven't seen Talon in a while, since like week 2 Super Weekend.
Yeah, we haven't seen Victor 2 for a while, actually. It's been a lot of Narvalo. We've seen Rob's also a little bit from time to time. This been showing up, and Akashi especially yesterday. Yeah, it's a little spicy from time to time. This able to play when he gives a little break to Narvalo. Apparently Narvalo today, as said earlier, right, he's at the water park. He's chilling. But Victor able to get himself some good kills. I mean, it is down to the fact that it is a Sanhok game, so you're going to have some players that potentially stand out a little bit more from time to time. So Victor's there. Reeves, we haven't seen the Irishman too often. We see a lot of Imperium, but it's good to see a little bit more variety from over there. So Reeves, good to see him on the top 3, and as you said, Talon back on board for LMV.
Reeves has got the most chill face ever, by the way. He looks so, yeah, I'm pretty good at this game, yeah.
But he has no beard, so is he really Irish?
True.
Actually, yeah.
I think, yeah, okay, I'm gonna stop there before I say something that could cost me a career. We're looking at Chazmak here on Sanhok with 6 kills, 1,400 damage, Game Lord with 9. You know what I see here, though, Kalaris?
Oh, what is it?
Have you noticed it?
Is it Sanhok numbers?
It is. It is. Very,
it is.
Very astute. Very astute.
Like it's like your thing, both of you. I'm just like, I mean, yeah, it is indeed.
Didn't even know Maximin was here, to be honest.
Anyway, I forgot. Yeah.
Oh.
Well, the French were very present in this game, so like it's fine that we have one here as well. Yeah. Very, very well done.
I mean, exquisite geek. Oh, maybe not actually. Fair enough.
Whoa. Okay. All right, Mr. Redding. We'll see them in the final. It's fine.
Well, okay. I'm going to stay out of this one because I feel like I'm an easy target as well. But let's look at Chazmak and actually the results today, their stats today, more importantly, compared to their stats throughout every other day. Because one thing Max wanted to point out is like how much better they're playing today than we've seen so far in this season.
Yeah, it's a very big parallel you can draw to potentially last PMPL, where they would also have quite a few ups and downs, but at the end they were just a lot more consistent throughout the entirety of PMPL. And here at the start, when you had to change Kalimos serving as IGL trying to lead the pack forward, it's definitely been put a lot of stress on the team, it feels, and they've just not been able to play as a proper team so far. Here they actually get into the late game and actually able to close off games, which we we're a little bit unsure if they could actually do that properly. And we said we want to see this team get a lot more kills. A 2.85 kill average out of 59 games played. That is not a hefty amount, right, when you look at it, Kalash. But 4 kills out of these 4 games, sure, is not a mental number. It's not like Unicorns of Love or Eastern Stars type numbers, but it's definitely a big improvement. And heading into the finals, I have hope now.
I mean, the step up is enough to put them in the running for more money right now, which I think is great. They do look a bit more like a cohesive team compared to, you know, some of the previous weeks where they were seemingly under like different leadership and things like that. It's looking better for this team as a whole. Rightfully so. You know, they were having a hard time rounding games out. They got themselves a rounded game out here, and they're moving constantly into like that top 3 position now, which I don't know if that continues entirely throughout every single day, but yeah, they're looking a lot better currently.
Okay, well, let's I wanted to actually get you guys' predictions on this, but I feel like it's gonna be pretty obvious who the number 1's gonna be since we looked in to something similar earlier on. But let's take a look at our top 10 teams by average damage so far, because that does ideally help Unicorns Love out quite a bit to move up the rankings, considering they didn't play in the first Super Weekend. And actually, funny enough, we see them as the number 1 team in average damage done.
I can thank Rolkis for that from today. Jeez. I mean, obviously GK First was putting in a lot of work, right? But Rolkis today has been a turret, I think is fair to say.
Yeah, he's just been sometimes a little bit overzealous in his position, but he's the one that is going to be trying to create opportunities for his team and try and allow them to lead himself into the late game. So despite Rolkis maybe done a little bit prematurely compared to the rest of the team, he is there setting up the path for his team to make it towards the late game and try and potentially get a podium finish. So yeah, I mean, it's good. It's very close as Game Lord. Eastern Stars that's falling a little bit further behind. We're not seeing the big numbers from Kapahala or Octavian anymore. But at the end, Unicorns of Love, I mean, yeah, going into the finals, despite not making it into the first Super Weekend, in the finals itself, the first place would be definitely something I think a lot of people might be expecting from these guys.
I just point out how ridiculous these numbers are. I mean, Unicorns of Love, 1,200 average damage across 50, well, I guess they don't have 59 matches. I guess let's go with Game Lord. 1,100 damage across 59 matches. That's pretty insane, to be honest. As we can see here, Aaron going to be coming up last. You two, we got to get out of here, though, as I'm being told. We got to bring the commentators in. They need their contractually obligated time on camera. So you two, I'll check with you once we finish things off. We'll bring John and Blank in for the final time here of our second day of our final Super Weekend. Gentlemen, let's kick things off here on Erangel.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you very much, Jason. Thank you very much to the guys on the desk as well. Of course, we're going to be looking at a couple of these teams to see if they can continue their improvement, and one of them, as I was raving about towards the end of the last game, Chazmat Gaming. I feel like these guys, they've been really ramping up towards the end of league play, towards the end of these games as well, and it feels like they are a team that is now sitting up there with the big dogs. And this isn't quite like, I mean, they were talking a lot about on the desk, it doesn't feel like it's just a one-off kind of thing. It feels like they're being pretty consistent with it as well.
Yeah, I think it's very calm and calculated rotations there, and I think that, you know, we got word that Kalamos, obviously previous IGL of the team, no longer playing in the team during this tournament, and MZ taking over that role. I think he did it last time for QLash, seemed to go well there for him. So it is nice to see that these calls are having some big impact. So whatever MZ is doing and how the team's working around it, like, wonderful stuff. There's some really, really fantastic rotations coming through. They look stronger, but again, I will say that it's a very different playstyle to some of these teams. Like, for instance, Unicorns of Love, when they want to get into the circle, they come to your door of a warrant, whereas you've got Chazmat Gaming who comes to the door very politely asking if you're interested in giving up your compound or giving up your area.
A tray of cookies like coming in.
Yeah, they're very
have you?
They're very pleasant, but I think it's smart though. They're a smart team and it's working. But again, similarly, that works for Unicorns of Love, and I think whatever works for you, you run with it. And right now for Chazmat Gaming, it's based around rotations, making it to the end game, being smart about it, and they're starting to understand that they need to take the positions in those last circles. They can't continue being Mr. Polite guy. So once they're in the house, they've given you the tray of cookies. When we get to that 20-minute mark of the conversation, then they can go around, start breaking all the vases in the house, and that's fine. I'm okay with that.
Didn't really like this vase. I'll get rid of that. Redecorate. All right, we'll knock that wall through. We're gonna renovate. We're gonna make sure it's got our seal on it. And they will be holding on to it as long as they can. Team's starting to drop out now. Southerly Plain Path northern side a little bit less accessible, but the roads up to Severny, no problem for Big, it seems.
No, I think for Big it's fine. Yeah, literally, this is literally the best playing path for all.
Literally the best.
Literally the best, because it affords like the majority of the teams down towards the eastern side ability to get towards their positions in shelter. For TSC, they're going to move up towards the Pubg. Game Lord, it's really not a long approach with DS9. They're practically next to all the best vehicles to make it happen, and then it heads up towards the Zaki side of things, where Big can jump out for Severny and Unicorns Love and Superiority and get into their respective Georgia pole positions easily. So I don't think there could have been a better playing path for this particular lobby. So right now, most of these teams very pleased, and we're going to have a very easy beginning to this game instead of a lot of the other ones where we've had so many kills coming out right at the start, which has been a little bit interesting to see. But I think this is going to be a much calmer finish to day 2 of Super Weekend 3.
SKP, I mean, they fought Day of Sirens for their drop spot in Novo, and they will be able to do that here. Obviously, with Day of Sirens not qualifying for this one, and now I believe they've gone down the tables enough to be confirmed to not be going through to the finals. I believe we're waiting on one team to still slip. No, so Destiny and Day of Sirens are confirmed to not be going through. We're just waiting for that last one. SKP team seems to be the likely choice at the moment, but they'll have their Novo drop spot. Depends what they're going to be able to do with it here. It is not out of the question, Blank, that they qualify. It is not fully out of the question. But as we talked about during that last game, it is just so unlikely, especially given the form that they're on at the moment.
Yeah, it would basically have to be back at EMEA PMPL. We'd have to see something akin to Canina Power, where they got 4 chicken dinners in one day. That's the kind of result tomorrow that we're looking at, and it wouldn't even be a case to be 4 chicken dinners where you get the 15 points. You have to get 4 chicken dinners with a sizable amount of kills on board. Like, it is so unlikely.
Yeah, I mean, you need to be getting consistently 10 more points than one of these other 2 teams, than either, I think at this point, Nexus Gaming or Vodafone Giants. You have to be getting basically 10 more points per game than either of these 2 teams. So it not only relies on you doing well, it relies on both Nexus Gaming and Vodafone Giants not doing well, or doing about as well as they have been over these last couple games.
Yeah, as well as Vodafone Giants and Nexus are both doing fantastically well for themselves right now. I think that's the biggest issue, is that you're now relying on teams who have a track record of this Super Weekend of having very consistent results. You're now relying them all of a sudden in day 3 to suddenly have a very off day. And it's not just one team, it's 2 teams. And I think this is the best way we can describe it to you guys at home of why it is so unlikely, is because when you're dealing with one team, like, it is not out of the question that they do poorly, but when you're dealing with 2, so unlikely that both of them don't do well in that one day.
To be fair though, you do only need one of them to do poorly, right? So you do almost double your chances in terms of them. I'm not sure if it's entirely double, because I haven't figured out if the 2 events are mutually exclusive, which of course, as anyone who's studied statistics or probability will know, that would have an effect, right? So, you know, either way, but you about probably double your statistics, double your probability of having a team do poorly over those game days. So it's not, as I say, out of the question, but it is just so unlikely that they do that poorly and you do that well, right? So it is really, really all down to SKP to put in massive performance for like 6 games in a row at this point. They need this one if they can get it.
Yeah, so we'll see if that happens, basically.
It's just not going to happen, is it?
No. Chasmac have already made their move, though, on the eastern side of the map. They're moving up towards Yasnaya, which means the eastern sides actually have a fairly easy path ahead of them through Milta, with Team Doom also already moving with this northern shift on the circle. Now remember, this is practically the same northern shift we saw in round 3 of the day, where Chasmac Gaming had a very, very good position for themselves towards the north side, so fantastic stuff. So this is basically just round 2, electric boogaloo for Chasmac Gaming. Do the same thing, hope it works.
I mean, yeah, go for it. Hopefully Big, though, can have a better rotation set this time around, as they were talking about during the last Erangel performance. It was a little bit...
They were addled.
Yeah, it was wayward. It was. Can't think of a better way to put. Yeah, no, it just wasn't. It wasn't great. It wasn't great. They didn't make a clear decision. They didn't stick to it. Erangel, you can see there. Excuse me, putting up some, all right stats. 3.6 average kills. Pretty serviceable. I mean, they're playing from Rozhok, a very, very central location, easier river crossing paths than most. So they should be pretty happy with this circle as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, for Rozhok, nice and easy. It feels like I'm almost having deja vu at this point in time because I was about to make the exact same point I made on round 3, which was they control both the bridges. They can get off, they can get across very easily here.
It's almost like it's similar circles with a similar set of teams playing in them.
Yeah, I know, right? Incredible. It's almost like it's happening again. So yeah. Interesting stuff here. Game Lord, though, I think, in fact, we can use this to our advantage because we can start to look back now. Game Lord's struggle last game was that they got themselves caught in a position. I think that they were pretty cautious in approaching this circle. I would hope this time with Yasnaya, they've immediately moved and they might just be able to find a very solid compound in the circle a little bit further in, instead of being caught out on the eastern side where the ground is very open and teams like Conqueror can get into a good spot. Conqueror this time way behind a lot of these teams from, Team Doom and Nexus, so they're unlikely to get to that foxhole once again, and Game Lord might just take up position there as well, instead of allowing Conquerors to pick it up and start shooting at them before they can even get into the zone.
Riding up the hill to the water tower. Reeves wants some oversight potentially on Rozhok. Vito's there as well. They haven't pulled the trigger. Kossi definitely knows about this. Here's the vehicles on the far side of the hill. Difficulty for Conqueror. There's teams on both flanks of Rozhok right now.
Yeah, Conqueror's going to struggle. I think when you play Rozhok Hill, like one of the difficult things about it is that you become very visible from both sides. So you have to be very cautious about it, but it looks like they are going to just dip out and try and head towards the eastern bridge. Team Doom are already there, though, which is a difficulty. Next circle heads down towards the south, so we get a different game. Right. It's a different game, guys. Brilliant, but it is a river game, which perhaps is interesting. This is one that Unicorns of Love did fantastically well on first day of Super Weekend. They controlled that actual island to themselves. Beautiful stuff from them, and this time they can do something similar. But Super Young roster already moved to box compound, waiting and raring to go versus Unicorns of Love, who we know tends to take a long time to move down from Judge Pole. Though they will be very looted with this split that they make. They take up a lot of ground and able to get pretty much fully looted up before they even hit the second zone.
Vodafone Giants, a little bit of a run there, but they should be able to move forwards past the church. Trying to get themselves a little bit further forwards. Need to get away from Pachinki, really. I mean, you don't. Yeah, it's a difficult choice that you have to make here if you're Vodafone. I know it's the sound of struggle of thought there, Blank, because you have to figure out where these teams are going to want to go. And it seems like they've channeled their inner Bruce Lee over for Chazmak Gaming, taking on Big. Doing quite a lot of work for it. Unfortunately, they did lose Aza in the process, but look at these angles, look at the coordination. Suave left destitute, desolate in the middle of the hillside. Sure, he's got his ghillie suit, he's got a couple of guns as well. Chazmak Gaming do find out about it. Shadowen has gone down, Trazen down as well. And Suave rolls down the hill, he might just be able to pick himself up 2 points. Okay, this is a bit of a turn of events, and a Big going to be able to come back from this.
Oh my!
Me?
That nade. Goodness gracious me. I saw that thing coming over the top side, and I was like, there's no way that hits. That is perfectly placed. Jamie, bring me up a replay on that one.
We need a fast replay. Jesus, that was pretty solid stuff coming through. I thought Big were goners. I'll be honest. I felt like Chazmak Gaming had that one in hand. But their point scoring spree for today will come to an end. We're in a fight with Big on the Northern Shore.
Which is way better, though. And I think that Big learned their lesson, which is nice. Which is a case that there were several fights they could have taken on that round 3, but they refused to press the issue and instead try and rotate slowly around the zone, and almost became kind of directionless at one point. The GPS was fully off. But this time they decide to step up to the plate, take the fight, and own a location within the circle, which, in my opinion, is good for Big. They're a strong team. They're a strong team comprised of some very good players, and I think taking fights is not necessarily a bad thing for them, because I think they will win the majority of them within this lobby.
TSC on the eastern side right now, near the Eastern Stars. Fury obviously down there. Athis moving in. As they look to try and push forwards. I feel like TSC want to try and flush these kills out. 3 players moving in the direction, and Eastern Stars need to be quick, making these decisions to try and combat this maneuver from TSC. Bazzi sending out Kapahala still on foot, and the flushes start to come through. TSC looking to overwhelm that hillside. You can see, yeah, immediately as soon as that happens, the Eastern Stars just turn away. The 2 players on the northern side gonna flee. But look at that. That's a shift to the south. We're not getting a river split circle blank. I'm so happy.
Yeah, this is good news for everybody involved. Game Lord Big and Unicorns Love immediately have to make a decision. I like that Unicorns Love waited a while, and this seems to be a general play that they make, is waiting a while towards that western side of the map before making their way down towards the south should it shift there. So they're quick on the draw, which is nice to see, and it's not a case of slow rotations. This is all being fixed as we go along. Super Young Monster ahead of them though. As per usual, this is something that happens so often for them. But again, we're looking down towards Pachinki now, as well as just up to the side of Rozhok. So there's a lot of interesting positions that can be played around this area. It's very rocky, very craggy. We've got Headshot Hills in the mix as well.
Certainly do. I mean, I said earlier that maybe you want to get away from Pachinki, but I mean, the circle disagreed with me here. Fights on a couple of key compounds here. Eastern Stars, Xtreme Slayers. The duo tries to roll up, but Xtreme Slayers shut the door. Bazzi out in the northern point of the Pachinki fields. Not going to have a teammate anymore.
No. Just one player remaining, and you imagine he goes down fairly shortly. SKP going now against the guys from Team Doom. 2 very improved teams. I think these are 2 bottom teams towards the beginning of the tournament, and then finally just started to move upwards. So I would say that Team Doom have the upper hand in this instance.
Put the brakes on the fight a little bit. SKP team, they have both sides of this road, which isn't common for holding this specific little hamlet, I suppose you call it. Position, compound. Not sure it's a compound. I feel like it's... I'm gonna stick with hamlet.
It's an outpost. Come on. That's what I'd call it. Got a garage here.
Definitely
an outpost.
Definitely a hamlet. Definitely a hamlet.
Shut your mouth.
Look. Okay, all right. But it's a hamlet.
Listen to me. Outpost.
Hamlet.
Team
Doom.
It's an outpost for these 2 teams, which they're both holding down in. To be or not to be, killed or not, is the real question here.
I get it.
Yeah, I know you. That's why I said
he's feeling a little bit Scottish, but maybe it's nobler in the mind to just let this one lie. The slings and arrows being sent back and forth between Team Doom and SKP team right now. Trying to eke each other out of these positions, but Zero now pushing onto Alendo's position. This is the danger that you have when you're holding these positions split across this road. As soon as a player or a team like Team Doom rocks up on this warehouse, you don't have the backup to be holding down these 2 buildings. And as soon as Rasho gets spotted, I mean, that nade comes through, they're going to know there's a player there. Zero's going to isolate this building, and Team Doom will just slowly envelop SKP team.
Yeah, the thing is, though, is that there isn't actually a real big opportunity now that the circle has moved for Team Doom to just leave this fight. Considering that, like you said, they have 2 sides of the road here, they're not easily regrouped. So Team Doom can just jump into their vehicles and start to move over towards the western side of the circle before teams like Game Lord, Conquerors, and Excuse Me can find positions that are much better in the circle. Already you can see Game Lord flying down towards the position in the top right side of your screen there. So potentially there's another fight about to break out, which could easily third-party this situation and make things very, very difficult going forward for Team Doom.
We're going into the ruins, into the Headshot Hills for these final circles, Blank. Away from civilization. And there goes Rasho, already finding the knock there. No, and that's exactly what happened. I mean, you hold on the split. It's this late when there's a team there. I mean, what are Hamoud and Hamadi doing here? They're doing very little in this scenario. Either that or they should have recalled their players to their side of the road. Finally, Xtreme Slayers are going to take a look this way, and Team Doom have something to worry about.
Yeah, this is a problem moving forward, right? You start to open yourself up to other teams, and this fight has been going on for so long that people have been looking this way. The super young roster and Unicorn's love fight starts to begin. Ooh. There was one knock and a flush coming through from GK first into super young roster, but Ali, one of the phenomenal players from Super Young roster, does find a quick knock, but now they're starting to envelop the guys from Unicorns of Love. So quick reinforcements need to come their way because the blue is closing and it's coming in fast.
There's a lot of fights actually heading out on this western side. You've got the TSC that you can see in the bottom right-hand corner of your screens against 4 Romanian Boys as they finally get eliminated. Unicorns of Love trying to crunch in past Super Young roster as well, as you spoke about before. SKP trying to flee for their lives against Team Doom, against Xtreme Slayers in their current scenario. Team Doom, they did lose 2 players in the midst of it as Xtreme Slayers took their vision and sent it over towards the Team Doom squad like the Eye of Sauron.
Yeah, it's an extremely important fight between Super Young roster currently and Unicorns all over the moment because they'll control the western side and they can start to push out the boys from Big, who have got a very, very large split. Mickey's coming over towards that location. Super Young roster do get cleaned out and finished, but Unicorns of Love down to just 3. They do lose Lin in the process, who I don't think that's the worst thing to happen in the world for them because Lin is very much that player that goes out, makes things happen, and if he dies, he dies. But he's fulfilled his purpose. So I don't think that's the worst thing in the world to happen. But Mickey, very far away from his team, does get one knock, and now B starts to move down towards their position, but it's a fight between Vodafone Giants and 4 Romanian Boys that is raging on.
This is going to be going for quite a while now, Blank, and at the moment, 4 Romanian Boys, they took the compound away from TSC. Now they're trying to hold off against the Vodafone Giants, who have come sailing on in to try and muddy the waters here for their future progression. Obviously, a pretty key compound in this circle, moving forwards on the southwestern side. One of the last few sets of buildings still going, and it's 1 versus 1 between these 2 teams. Ex Machina spray around the corner. Nano looking to get the res here, brings Sebi back up, and now looks to head out wide. Looks for the drop shot, but can't find it. Ex Machina wins out the trade and gets the flush as well. Sebi out wide after healing and straight into the line of fire. Ex Machina holds it down for the 4 Romanian Boys, but they are down to 2.
But they do have the circle now. As they move towards their position, they have the single compound, which is maybe not ideal for them, considering so many players will be looking towards this spot to take hold. LMV still in headshot hills, but they're focused towards that southeast side, creating a triangle to stop these teams from moving in. LMV Talon will pick up Bazi, regroups with the rest of his team, starts to look over towards the eastern side where they can hear the majority of the fights coming through. Game Lord right on the edge of it at the moment. They are teetering between teams and death to the blue, so keeping an eye on a lot of different locations, but Game Lord's going to have a rough rotation ahead of them.
LMV right now hold the main hill in the middle of it. I mean, they hold their side of it. It's difficult to stop teams approaching from every single side, but at the moment, they're looking to probably guard out towards Conqueror, towards Xtreme Slayers, who are looking to try and skirt around and maybe try and find their way up a different leg of this hill.
Yeah, Hidan here has a great forward position that gives him sight of teams coming in from the eastern side, and he can request back if they need to. Reeves actually picks up a kill onto Perks, but that does open them up for fire from Game Lord as they start to fly in towards their position.
Trying to guard it on out, excuse me, as well, looking to come in from the northern side and get their cleats on, get scaling up the side of these hills. Game Lord, okay, they rock straight on up and a double nade over the top from Hidan. AZ now left solo holding for this position, and Conqueror looking to try and find anything that they can and squeak through the gaps as Game Lord get rattled as well, but Conqueror go down first. Narvalo is down, but Robs can heal it up. Hidan keeps sending those nades over the top and keeps pumping the damage.
Akashi once again comes in bloody clutch for the guys from Game Lord. He is constantly in position to clean up fights, to be in a position where he's able to hold that angle for them. Wonderful stuff from this guy. I could not ask for more from him. But LMV currently, fantastic stuff from them, but they're starting to feel the full brunt of 3 teams on their position between Game Lord, and Xtreme Slayers. That's south, north, and east, all compromised from the guys from LMV. But another double comes through from Hidan. immediately flushes them out. This guy has been instrumental to LMV's hold.
Oh, the Bombardier finally gets knocked in return. A little bit greedy to crest the hill there with not really that much backup from the rest of his team. Remember that Talon's down, Luff as well, the last standing on those hillsides. I feel like that was bold. Maybe he didn't know the rest of Game Lord were there. Talon trying to hold out as well as Muzi does take a tumble. Last player for LMV. Tries to scratch at anyone looking his way, but excuse me, have crested the hill now. And then looking to fire on down. They're suppressed by Game Lord, the very team that LMV were trying to spoil. And the nade is good, but Talon stays alive.
Belly flops to the floor to keep himself in this one. LMV have had such a good run of it. They don't want to go out in 9th, and they've already landed up to 7th. Fantastic stuff from the guys from LMV to hold for so long as they did. It was a valiant hold. Now Akashi's throwing nades up towards Excuse Me's position, who hold the high ground currently. Akashi once again playing that really annoying mosquito roll that keeps stabbing from the side, but another grenade comes across, and I think that might be curtains for Akashi there. Great nade, great bounce on that one. Talon finishes off the final players of Xtreme Slayers. Hang on, I'm sorry. Gets a double. There'll be a couple left for them, but he's holding strong, actually.
Excuse me? What's going on here? I feel like we're going to be seeing Sanhok numbers on the desk here, Blank. This is all-out warfare between all of the squads on this hill. Such a dangerous position. Unicorns of Love, though. What a compound they have right now. I feel like this compound has been one of the most heavily contested. I think it's had about 4 occupiers during this game, and Unicorns of Love finally are able to isolate the position.
It needs a clean, that's for sure. Get the cleaners in. I mean, you can't keep having new tenants in all the time without having a full, deep clean. GK first will take down another player from Xtreme Slayers, and that is them now out. Game Lord still have an opportunity to get the Akashi back up online, but he will be finished, and that's Talon down now as well. Still, a fantastic job from him to make it as far as he did. Some beautiful grenades onto Xtreme Slayers to keep them at bay.
Nades starting to pour in. SKP team make a straight up advance towards the circle, towards position as well. Big continue to pepper the back lines of Excuse Me, who have made themselves central residents of the circle. Ridgelines found, Unicorns of Love in the buildings, but the circle's more than likely not going to favor them.
No, it more than likely will move away from Unicorns of Love, barring a hard shift down towards the southwest, which would be fantastic for them and all but would secure their win, right? But I think that there's still an opportunity for Big, who are gambling on the circle coming in towards their way after we saw a recent southwest shift. It's not likely we hit another one, so I think that right now Big is just playing the statistical approach at the moment. Smokes go down to give him a little bit more time, but Michi hits a grenade onto Michi.
I was wondering when Michi was going to go down there. He sailed right into the middle of the Excuse Me outposts that they have currently set up. Is that an orb on Suave's back? I mean, that could be pretty difficult to get away from. If you peek your head out, Suave's going to take it clean off, and you need to be worried. But the question is, can he have the cover himself? I feel like the answer's no. Big trying to get down this hillside, but it's just Excuse Me picking up the pieces, sweeping them under the rug. Team starting to get eliminated as Kosti's struggling. And Excuse Me, hang on a minute, the tables are turned. And yet again, I counted Big out, but Suave keeps it going.
Yeah, he's still pushing on in. I think with Michi down, though, things about to become a little bit more difficult. He will have to spend time picking it back up again. Luckily, there are already smokes down that he's thrown, so they can actually get this player back up online. Good for Unicorns of Love, though. They have been actually being a presence within this circle, actually taking shots, taking some players down, thinning the ranks, despite only being 3 players. Game Lord right on the eastern edge, but now Unicorns of Love will have to move. They'll hope to try and do as much as possible in this circle before they have to start striding in. These players are all very, very damaged, very injured.
SKP team proving to be a little bit of a thorn in the side of Excuse Me, but they're taking more than thorns out. That's a frag, that's a kill, but there's the flush coming on through from Excuse Me. Michi left, though, as a solo player, and will get eliminated almost immediately. Excuse Me taken down. And now we're into the final 3 teams. Unicorns of Love trying to move forwards. They had a GK first knocked on the back line. Fresh and Rockets make the forward advance. A Game Lord trying to close the ground here. Big still going, still fighting, warring it out time and time again. Twave and Michi against the other duos.
Boys throwing out smokes. They want to get further into this circle. They want to be able to push up. GK first finally bleeds out. And now nades come over the top. There's one knock onto Robs. Just Victor alive now. Swave just about sees him. But the fact is, does he know he's there? That's the real question. And now a nade can drop into here. Remember, this is lower ground, so it could move in quite swiftly.
Everyone except for Big has taken a knock here. Fresh, possibly Resable. In this scenario, you have to think that Unicorns of Love are going to have more nades in this position. Everybody else has been fighting out on these hillsides. With the res coming through as well, they might have some strength.
Victor, that's the one
looks
we're
to crest
looking
it. Victor looks for the knock, able to get it down as well. Raucus out wide. Mihi tries to stand up, but Game Lord sitting back down. Raucus spotted, and in the grass will get knocked as well. Mihi looks for the flush and finds it. Now across the hillsides, Swave looks to try and get back up, but there's no way you're really finding this. 1 versus 1 versus 1, Blank. And it's all to play for here. Unicorns of Love trying to get all the points they can. They've got so many kills, but Big just have more. And do they have more in the tank? No, they don't. They're going to go down. And Victor stands up for Game Lord, looking to put 2 on the day for those chicken dinners. Moves in towards Fresh. 1 versus 1. Fresh up the side, goes for the gunfight. Victor looks a little bit more healthy and will be able to do it. It's a double for Game Lord. They find the chicken dinner. A fantastic performance coming through and bringing themselves a back-to-back to close out the second to final day of the Super Weekends.
It's about time Victor made his name known again. You know, he had such a strong performance at the beginning of this tournament, finally bringing it back up to speed in these final moments here as well. Goodness me, I think he was worried that Narvalo was doing a little bit too much of the work there, and Victor says, you know what, I was a great player. I was a great player, and I still am a great player. Some beautiful nades coming through from that guy that game, and obviously it was hard work for Game Lord. Hard work for him.
Certainly. I mean, they started out today and, well, at the start of the Super Weekends, maybe not feeling like the most confident, but I tell you what, when they dropped in, they were looking good. And if you want to look good whilst you're dropping in, you can get yourself one of these handy dandy parachutes, of course, sponsored by OnePlus. Take a look at the bottom of your screens. You'll be able to get one of those codes, plug it into the game, make sure you get your hands on that bright red chute. Of course, you want to look absolutely fantastic. And continuing with that theme, you're going to be looking for one of the OnePlus t-shirts as well, an exclusive OnePlus item, of course, coming right at you to be able to look fresh during those games. And fresh looked pretty fresh for Unicorns of Love during that game as well.
Yeah, he looked all right. I mean, towards the end of that game there, some good stuff did come through, and it felt good, you know, that he was putting in the numbers. Unfortunately, they do not make it all the way in the end there, which must be frustrating for Unicorns of Love because they've come so close twice now, with Raucus being that final member. I think that game was especially frustrating considering the position that they held for such a long time there, John. You've got to be happy with the performance you put up today as Unicorns of Love, though, and you know what? We can forgive them for the Sanhok. We'll give him a little bit of forgiveness there in that situation. That's an excellent play from Fatoni as well, by the way. If you want to stop someone from moving in the buggy, just get your buggy inside the other one. And at that point, there's nowhere it can go. But an interesting game to say the least. And I do think that, you know, despite everything and watching Victor come through bloody marvelously towards the end there, I think that the key player today for me, and still yesterday for Game Lord, is Akashi. That guy bails them out of so many tough scenarios with some excellent off angles that he plays, and they play around it well. And it's nice to see so many different unique playstyles in this lobby, and it must be difficult to play around it sometimes because he's not with the team. But again, being able to play that off angle, being able to provide support at the most crucial moment while you're unexpected, like, he is the assassin of the lobby.
Yeah, no, absolutely. He's been pretty clutch. Maybe not, you know, massive on the stats, but like, it's absolutely right. Has been really quite pivotal in keeping the team going and keeping them getting those points on board. So fantastic stuff coming through. But I think probably the team that has had the best day. I mean, despite their Sanhok has been Unicorns of Love for me, or certainly one of the best days. Has, as I say, be Unicorns of Love coming through. I mean, just the amount of points that these guys are able to put up so consistently. I mean, I said I was going to be measuring them up against Exquisite Decode UK. Over the course of today, they have, I think, almost drawn level with the amount of points that they were able to get. I have to double check on the final standings at the end of it all. But like they have absolutely exceeded the benchmark that Exquisite Decode UK put down, and it puts them in those top teams, right? After having not been in a Super Weekend, to be going up the tables like they are is really, really quite something. So they're definitely a team that needs to be paid attention to. If you weren't already, I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't be, but you definitely need to now.
Yeah, check them out. I mean, there were some issues we found, but again, it's one of those teams that's been formed between Lin and GK First, who might have communication issues with the guys from Rollkiss and Fresh, and they've worked through that issue as well. It seems like they just seem so much more coherent in their games. I think before we kind of saw them looking a little bit, I don't know how to put it, like directionless, right? They weren't really confined to a single approach to the game. But yeah, it was interesting to see, and Unicorns of Love have improved massively.
Yeah, absolutely. They have really started to step up, and Game Lord stepped up to the plate here, putting themselves now level with Eastern Star's 6 chicken dinner record in our Super Weekend standings, able to find themselves one more in the final game of the day. Tomorrow, we'll see who's going to top that Floof financial forecast. We'll be waiting for that one. But for now, we'll send you to a break.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe Season 2. But to remind you guys that OnePlus, our sponsor, the OnePlus 9 series has the next-gen Qualcomm Snapdragon 888 chipset for the most graphic-intensive gameplay alongside heat dissipation that keeps your phone cool enough to play on max settings. And speaking of max, we got Maxman here, who's going to be looking extremely happy as Game Lord not only take a back-to-back chicken dinner today, but they take a back-to-back day of back-to-back chicken dinners.
They're the true back-to-back wins. You know, it feels like Dr. Disrespect is in this PMPL right now. It feels really good. And he's going to do a collab with PUBG Mobile too, so it feels like we're on brand on that part at least. So, yeah, 21 points total for Game Lord. They were potentially falling a little bit behind Eastern Stars at the start of the Super Weekend. I was a little bit questioning if they could still compete with them, but these two games especially allow them to play catch-up. I would love to see the overall rankings. I think we were at one point to see exactly where they are, because it must be getting real tight towards the top once again between the two teams.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I'm glad to see kind of Big getting this recovery situation going on in these circles as well. Their first Northern Circle of the day was not good, really quite bad. But this one even shifts away from the North, and I feel like they're happier pursuing the circles to be able to actually get themselves up towards the top with the 11 kill points coming in aside from the placement. So good to see some recovery here, Jason, for Big.
Yeah, also recovery for LMV, who have looked really subpar over the course of the Super Weekend. Even SKP only getting 8 points on the board. And for Romanian Boys, they were destined to have a not-so-great game, but still 7 points is better than, well, at least 8 other teams can say about it. So we'll take a look now at the second page. And overall, Max, you know, I think for me, it's great to see Game Lord bouncing back. I feel like we're seeing a lot of teams, quote-unquote, come online right before the finals kicks off, which is the perfect time to do it.
Yeah, I mean, they know once again that they qualified for the finals, and they're using this to not only get themselves $4,000 in 2 days, which I think is really insane when you put it to perspective to other teams and how much they potentially won in this PMPL. So definitely happy about the few $1,000s they get in their pocket, but also, using this as, and we talked about it on the pre-show, right, how this is really valuable experience going into the finals, and it's good to see them perform so well. It's good to see especially Eastern Stars games have some good performances, Unicorns of Love, so they are fully ready, and they're raring to go into the finals, so it's great to see. Although we see at the end, Chazmac Gaming, a little bit of a weaker ending, but still, I think that Chazmac, if they've proven anything to us today, is that they can indeed finish off games, and that is a great leeway for them heading into the finals, so hopefully they can get a few wins there.
Yeah, I think it's a big confidence booster for them, to be honest. As we are seeing the lineup here, we got Victor coming through yet again. Not the first time we've seen him here today. We got Mihi as well. And then Hidan coming through.
Dan. Yeah, I mean, there's no bridge.
Bombs.
Yeah, there's no bridges this time, so he should be safe. Just got himself a lot of double nade knocks and kills. So yeah, Hidan, no big surprise taking that fight. I believe he was, excuse me, on Game Lord at some point. So he was definitely stepping up for LMV this game.
Okay, well, Mihi, I mean, considering we haven't really seen Big in, I guess, most of these rounds, it's felt like. At least it's nice to see him step up for his team when they need it. Let's take a look, though, at our damage in the last game. And honestly, kind of Sanhok numbers a little bit. Kind of Sanhok numbers.
Hockey.
Yeah, pretty Sanhok. Yeah, I gotta agree. 200 damage.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to see LMV actually all the way up here, considering that I did feel they'd fallen off quite a bit since we saw them having a massive day and a half in week 2. But yeah, it's happy days for them. Game Lord likewise, you know, like with what they've done throughout the day, I think it's very impressive, despite not having the most explosive game in this one.
All right, well, let's move on. Let's take a little quick recap of today's results over the course of today. Remember, this is our second to last day. Well, technically, it means we have 1 day left before we get into the finals, which will be kicking off next week. I won't tell you exactly what day, because you know what? I want to keep a little bit of a surprise, and I'll tell you guys tomorrow. But anyways, let's take a look at who all won what games. And we started things off looking good until Romanian Boys stole it away from Eastern Stars. I could have been 1 chicken dinner closer to my 10, but Eastern Stars bounced back in round 2, getting themselves a victory anyways.
Yeah, get a little bounce back. Yeah, sir?
I do think the entire day, or the entire first half of the day, could have very much been for Romanian Boys. I mean, if you think about that second game, I mean, even rolling into the third game as well, for Romanian Boys was constantly finding good positions to stage their campaign from. And I think, yeah, I'm hoping to see a bit more of that punch going into that final, which we know they are definitely there. Yeah. So nice to see that bit of a step back up, considering in the week 2, they were invisible.
Yeah, I like how you're always the one trying to hype up teams, and I'm just here like, oh, there's a few things that can be ironed out. I'm mainly thinking back on that Miramar game. There's a few little things that could have been worked upon, maybe not really having to force that fight versus Game Lord, but in general, it is definitely a big step up from what we saw from Romanian Boys in week 2. Hopefully they can keep that kind of relevancy heading into the finals, because we saw it in week 1 and we saw it here also today, that this team, given the right circumstance and playing at their peak, can compete very easily with the teams at the top. Eastern Stars, Game Lord, Team Big, Unicorns of Love. Hey, they're not going to shy away from a fight if they can take it.
Gotta mention this, by the way. Our entire day has been dominated by either Romanians or French, as you saw there. Pretty impressive stuff.
I like that.
No one from the UK, so I guess it's really not coming home. Anyways, let's take a look at our FLU financial forecast, get an update of how much money the teams have won for themselves. And I believe we have a tie, actually, for first place. Hey, Jason, it may still happen, but it probably won't. You know what? You're really not getting any plushies, any treats. I was going to buy you a pretty new collar. I was going to buy your own mini car to drive next to your papa.
Oh, jeez, please no. She's already a menace enough. This has changed significantly and dramatically, though, because you think about how Eastern Stars was plowing ahead up towards the top. Game Lords really evened things out, and then literally everybody else in the entire lobby is apparently in joint second place. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, like you have twice as many chicken dinners as the rest of the lobby when you're Game Lord and Eastern Stars. That is mental when you put it really into perspective to other teams. So I'm happy to see them, of course, play so well. And we talked about this at the very start of the PMPL, right? How we have this big storyline about teams that have been changing their roster and the teams that remain together and that have been building that synergy over time for the past 6 months now, and how they are now rewarded in this PMPL. Game Lord, Eastern Stars are the 2 exact teams that are in that situation. So, man, sticking together is definitely the way.
Also, I want to point out, it's 10K for first place at the end of the finals. And right now we have 2 teams sitting on 6K, so they've already earned basically what second place gets alone. Yeah. So if they can obviously do that again, they're looking at 12 to 20,000 buckaroos. Not a bad day's of work. But now it's time to move into my favorite part of this, the part where Max always seems, if you think about it. If you think about it,
neither of us have thought about it.
He's been really good at being wrong. So I guess there is, talk about consistency. He's been consistency with that one. So you two, gentlemen, as I've been wafting on here, trying to give you some time to think about who the MVP is, it's now come time to you giving me your predictions.
I have no idea. I'm really just trying to tell me GK first. It's probably not GK first. We'll see. I mean, with the back-to-back wins, I went with Narvalo yesterday, and we saw Victor be a bit present. So I'm gonna go with the Victor, but I Rock is too good.
Would you like to phone a friend, Maxman?
I would use every joker that I could potentially use, and I would still probably get it wrong because I'm so bad at this. Last word here, Jason. I'm gonna go with Victor. Let's see how it goes. I did not think about it at all. Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Clefloris, or however they say it to you.
I'll go with Narvalo.
Oh, if it's Narvalo,
sure?
No,
like to
don't
phone
do
a
this to
friend?
me. What's wrong with this?
All right.
He followed me in my downfall, Kalaris. I appreciate it.
There's so many voices in my head right now. I don't even know what's happening.
No one's even talking. Clefloris, what are you talking about?
That's okay. All right. Yeah.
Oh man, an average of 20 minutes survival time over the entirety of today is insane, but 3,000 damage over those 5 games. That is the stat that really impressed me with 17 kills.
Yeah.
Like, he has been on point every single time, and even though he does maybe die a little bit earlier than the team sometimes, he is the one trying to create opportunities for them, so they would not even be able to make it into the late game without Rockets being there a lot of the time.
Especially again, since they're always chasing circles, it feels like. There's never really a moment where
true.
like, Unicorns have found themselves in the center and they're going to be blasting out. No, they're always coming into the circle. They're always taking those fights constantly, and I mean, situations where Rokas has been up against it and eventually got knocked and maybe died a little bit early, he's still doing big damage everywhere, so it's sort of not too surprising considering what he's done today.
Yeah, and it's great to see again. Like we always talk about Fresh, we always talk about GK first, but we gotta talk about Rolkis and how he's been able to step up where those two have maybe fallen a little bit short on the day. Though GK first did have some presence today. We saw it was in round 1, he was just running around without a care in the world, picking up frags left and right. But it's time now to take a look at our overall standings, get an idea of where our teams currently are sitting at before we get into our final day of the Super Weekend. Also, GameLord, have they passed and taken back the #1 position from Eastern Stars? It seems they have, by 11 points.
Yeah, I mean, Eastern Stars also did not even have a bad day today. They got himself 2 top 2s. They even got himself a win on that Miramar game. So Eastern Stars still having a really good day, but that back-to-back win and GameLord able to get himself especially quite a few extra kills today. It really sets them apart. It can still go back and forth tomorrow. It's still not set. And Team Big, if they have a really good day, could also play catch-up. But when you look at Big and that disparity between Big and Romanian Boys, like that's a little bit less than a 100-point difference. Like the top 3 are miles ahead.
And interestingly enough, this is Unicorns of Love's first time on the first page for the Super Weekend. They have bumped all the way up despite missing 1 Super Weekend. That's very impressive.
I mean, they're, 1 point behind Exquisite Decode, who have 5 matches more played.
True.
Yeah. Then you 2 points overtake them because of the tiebreaker. But 2 points and Unicorns of Love could be in 6th position, potentially even top. I mean, LMV not even that far. Top 5 with a Super Weekend miss. Like that is an insane perspective for Unicorns of Love. That is how good they've done these last 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's obviously got to make things really interesting going into the finals. But what about our other 8 teams? Let's see where they're currently standing and how far the gap is between them. We do have Vodafone Giants still sitting in 16th place, but actually Chazmac have leapfrog Team Doom and TSC today. So they're no longer the 14th place team.
That's a big jump indeed. That's
All right, great.
I have to say,
let's take a look at our next page.
That's why we're here. Yeah.
Move on from this one.
I mean, they've had a great day. We've broken it down all day, right? So yeah, big jumper. Skip team. Ooh, it's going to be difficult.
It is doable.
It is possible because yesterday the gap was about 40 points. So it's still in that ballpark, right? You just need to hope that, I mean, all Nexus Gaming, all Vodafone Giants have a horrendous day. I'm talking less than 10 points in a day. And Skip team must get himself 1/2 wins and some really good consistency throughout the rest of the games. It is possible. They need to play some top-tier gameplay that we have not seen them do throughout an entire day so far. So they need to do and change something drastic in this day.
Well, I mean, 2 chicken dinners, maybe just 1 chicken dinner and some decent placings. It is possible. The groundwork has been laid down for SKP to pull this one back and sneak through into top 16. And you know what? It feels like it might actually happen. Vodafone Giants. I think we all assumed after that first week, yeah, for sure, top 16, they're going to be in the finals. But at this rate, who knows what's going to happen? The only way you can find out is by joining us yet again tomorrow at the exact same time here for PMPL, as we'll be kicking off our final day of our final Super Weekend. And then we'll have a 4-day hiatus until we come back for our final. So ladies and gentlemen, thanks again for all tuning in. Colaris Max, man, appreciate you guys, even though I'm so mean to one of you in particular. I'm so sorry, Colaris.
Poor Colaris.
We'll see all of you guys back tomorrow for some more PUBG Mobile action.